Somewhere it's late. Somewhere a light is still on. I like knowing that this story is finding you wherever you are tonight. Drop your city in the comments if you feel like it. And if you'd like more nights like this one, the subscribe button is how you find your way back. Now, let's begin. You're standing somewhere between two worlds. Behind you, an ocean. Ahead, a city that does not know your name and does not especially care to learn it. The noise is like nothing you have ever heard. The air smells of coal smoke and salt water and something faintly rotten beneath it all. You have $30 left, and you do not speak English, and you are not sure if the paper in your pocket says what you were told it says. Then someone who looks like home appears at the end of the dock, and you follow him. That was the beginning for many of them. Not a dramatic entrance, just a tired person following someone familiar into an unfamiliar city, carrying everything they had left in a single bundle. And from that, something grew. Tonight we are going to trace that growth slowly, from its roots in the olive groves and stone villages of western Sicily, through the dark staircases of lower Manhattan tenement buildings, and into the first flickering shape of what would eventually become America's most elaborately structured criminal enterprise. We are going to do it without the violin music, without the slow-motion gunfire. The real story is quieter than that, and considerably stranger, and in some ways far more human. Let us begin at the beginning, which is to say, in Sicily, sometime in the 1860s. The Risorgimento, that grand and romantic movement for Italian unification, had achieved its goal in 1861. Italy was, officially, one nation. What it was in practice was considerably more complicated. The new Italian state was run primarily by northern industrialists and politicians, men who regarded the south of the peninsula with something between indifference and mild contempt. Southern Italy, and Sicily in particular, was admitted to the new nation the way a distant relative might be admitted to a family dinner. Tolerated, seated somewhere near the back, and not consulted on any decision of consequence. The tax policies that followed unification would have made a careful accountant go pale. Peasants who had spent generations scraping a living from difficult land under various forms of feudalism now found themselves liable for taxes on their modest wheat harvests. On the donkeys, they used to work their fields, on nearly everything that moved or grew. The appeal that one was literally unable to pay was not considered relevant by tax collectors who had quotas to meet and no particular sympathy to spare. The landscape of Sicilian agriculture in this period was dominated by a system called the latifundia, vast estates owned by absentee landlords who treated their holdings like particularly dull investment portfolios. The people who actually worked this land, known as the Contadini, were sharecroppers, day laborers, and tenant farmers. They held approximately the same chance of owning property as they did of teaching themselves to fly. A good year meant feeding your children and perhaps, if several saints were listening simultaneously, saving enough to mend the roof. A bad year meant watching your children go hungry while the landowner's agent arrived on schedule to collect his share, indifferent to whether there was actually enough left to share. Onto this already strained situation, nature added its own contributions. In the 1870s, a small insect called phylloxera arrived from America and proceeded to destroy vineyards across Europe with quiet thoroughness. For Sicilian farmers who were already bailing water from a leaking boat, the loss of their grape harvests was, to put it simply, one more hole. The earthquake of 1908 would eventually kill more than 100,000 people in Messina and Reggio Calabria. That was the largest single catastrophe. But smaller tremors throughout the 1880s and 1890s were a steady reminder that even the ground itself offered no reliable purchase. There was also the matter of what we might call the unofficial government. Sicily had spent centuries developing its own solutions to the problem of weak and often predatory official authority. Networks of local power had grown in the space where government was absent or useless, operating through personal loyalty, the careful management of favors, and an understanding of violence as both threat and tool. The word mafia would not come into common use for some time yet. But the system it would eventually name was already old by the time Italian unification made things worse. When word arrived in Sicilian villages that there were paying jobs in America, that a man could work and be paid actual money, that the government there would not necessarily appear at your door to take a third of your donkey, the decision to leave was not a difficult one for many people. Difficult was staying. Leaving was simply terrifying, which was a manageable distinction. The crossing itself cost somewhere between $15 and $30, which represented months or even years of saved wages for most families who attempted it. For that sum, a passenger received a place in steerage, which is to say the lower decks of the ship, below the waterline, in a space that had been designed for cargo and adapted for human beings with what we might charitably call minimal effort. The crossing could take anywhere from 10 days to over a month, depending on the weather and the age of the vessel. During that time, passengers contended with violent seasickness, rations of bread and cheese brought from home, because the ship's own provisions ranged from barely adequate to genuinely unclear whether they qualified as food, and the particular psychological weight of knowing there was no way back. Some had borrowed the money for the ticket from men back home who charged interest rates that would make a modern lending institution seem restrained. The boat moved forward. There was nothing to do but continue. When the ship finally came into New York Harbor, there was the Statue of Liberty, erected in 1886, watching from its island with what the poem at its base described as a welcome for the tired, the poor, the huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The poem was genuine in its sentiment. What followed it was somewhat less so. Ellis Island opened in 1892 and processed arriving immigrants with a thoroughness that felt less like welcome and more like inspection. Medical examiners moved through the crowds marking suspected problems in chalk directly on passengers' clothing. H for heart trouble, L for lameness, E for something noticed in the eyes. Collect enough letters and the marks would add up to deportation. The psychological examination that followed tested abstract reasoning in ways that assumed the person being tested had grown up taking tests, rather than farming wheat in a village where such things had never existed. Most immigrants passed. America needed labor, and that need was generally sufficient to overcome its preference for selectivity. Those who made it through Ellis Island arrived in a city that was enormous, loud, bewildering, and largely indifferent to their welfare. Italian immigrants, and particularly those from Sicily and the southern regions, tended to move toward the Lower East Side of Manhattan, into the blocks around Mulberry Street, Mott Street, and Elizabeth Street, in what would become known as Little Italy. This was not a planned neighborhood. Nobody drew a map. People arrived, found relatives or neighbors from their village who had arrived before them, and settled nearby because familiarity was the only comfort available. Sicilians clustered with Sicilians. Calabrians with Calabrians. Within the larger Italian neighborhood, smaller communities formed around specific hometowns, specific dialects, specific networks of people who knew each other and could therefore be trusted a little. The buildings they lived in were tenements. A typical apartment offered 3 or 4 rooms, none of which had a window that opened onto actual open air, all of them arranged in a line like railway carriages, which is precisely what the phrase railroad apartment described. A family of 6 or 7 or 8 people inhabited this space, and often took in boarders as well, because the rent consumed more than half of what a laboring man could earn, and there was simply no other arithmetic that worked. Imagine the particular quality of summer heat in a room with no cross-ventilation, on an upper floor of a building surrounded by other buildings of equal density. Imagine the smell of coal smoke and boiling laundry, and too many people sharing too little space. Communal toilets served 20 or 30 residents, located in a hallway or backyard, and maintained approximately never. Water came from a shared tap in the building's courtyard, which meant carrying it up several flights of stairs as many times each day as the household required. Baths were taken in the kitchen, in water heated on the stove, which required energy that 12 hours of construction work had largely consumed. Disease moved easily through these conditions. Cholera, typhoid, and tuberculosis all circulated in neighborhoods where clean water was a relative concept, and dozens of people shared the same facilities. Child mortality was high enough to be tragic but not unusual, which is a terrible sentence to have to write. Life expectancy for Italian immigrants living in these conditions settled somewhere in the 40s. This sounded, and was, bleak. It was still better than what many had left behind, which tells you something about what they had left behind. Work, when it could be found, was physical and poorly paid and often dangerous. The late 19th century was a period of enormous construction in New York, skyscrapers beginning to rise, subway tunnels being dug, bridges going up, streets being paved. Italian laborers did much of this work. They dug subway tunnels under conditions that combined the risks of cave-ins, explosions, and underground fires with wages that barely covered the rent on their tenement rooms. The work was seasonal, meaning that even a man who found employment might only work 6 or 8 months in a good year. The Padrone system emerged to fill the gap created by the language barrier and the scarcity of work. A Padrone was a labor contractor, usually an Italian immigrant who had arrived earlier, learned enough English to negotiate with American employers, and now positioned himself as an intermediary between workers and jobs. The arrangement sounded helpful. In practice, a Padrone took a substantial cut of workers' wages, charged fees for the act of finding employment, sold overpriced goods to workers on credit, and operated simultaneously as a temp agency, a loan shark, and something resembling a company store. Workers who spoke no English and had no other connections had no real alternative. The Padrone system was indentured servitude with somewhat more pleasant paperwork. Street vending offered another path, selling produce or chestnuts or ice or flowers from pushcarts in an environment where competition was fierce. Margins were thin, and city authorities periodically decided that the streets looked better without Italian vendors in them and confiscated accordingly. For Italian women, the options were narrower still. Many worked from inside the tenement apartments, doing piecework for garment manufacturers. Sewing buttons, finishing seams, making artificial flowers, work paid not by the hour but by the piece, at rates set by manufacturers who understood that desperate people had limited bargaining power. A woman might spend 15 or 16 hours in an already crowded apartment producing work and earn less in a full day than a man made in a few hours of construction. Others worked in factories. The Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire of 1911 would kill 146 workers, most of them young Italian and Jewish women, and it would illuminate for the broader public what the workers themselves had always known about conditions in those buildings. Locked exits, no fire escapes, overcrowding, and a complete absence of any obligation felt by ownership toward the people doing the work. Into this environment, the seeds of what would become organized crime found soil that was, in the most straightforward sense, ready. Communities pushed to the margins developed their own structures of power. This is not a moral observation. It is simply a description of what happens. The Italian immigrant community, and particularly those who had come from Sicily and the South, brought with them two concepts that had shaped their world at home and would shape it again here. The first was omerta, the code of silence. This was not simply a rule about not speaking to police, though it included that. Omerta was a deeply held cultural conviction that problems within a community were handled within the community, through personal relationships, through mutual obligation, through men who had standing and could be approached. Taking a grievance to outside authorities was understood as weakness, as betrayal, as something fundamentally shameful. In Sicily, where government authority had for centuries been predatory or simply absent, this made perfect sense. In New York, it made the police largely irrelevant to the daily operations of justice within Italian neighborhoods, which is exactly what it had made them in Sicily. The second concept was rispetto, respect, not the social pleasantry the word suggests in English, something more structural. The understanding that certain men had authority within a community, that their influence was real, that problems could be brought to them and would be addressed. These men of respect were not necessarily criminals, not at first or not entirely. They were men who could navigate between the official world and the world where immigrant life actually operated, who could arrange things, resolve disputes, and provide what no formal institution was offering. The American police, for their part, approached Italian neighborhoods with the particular mix of contempt and negligence that characterized law enforcement's relationship with immigrant communities in this era. Officers, usually Irish-born or natively American, treated Italian areas as foreign territories where crime was considered an ethnic characteristic rather than a social condition. Italians were rounded up indiscriminately after crimes. Confessions were obtained through methods that would not survive any modern scrutiny. The assumption ran in one direction, steadily, and it was not charitable. The predictable result was a parallel system. You did not go to the police who would ignore you or possibly arrest you instead. If someone wronged you, you went to the men of respect. If you needed money and no bank would consider an immigrant laborer a viable borrower, there were men who would lend it at rates that made you wince, but they would lend it. If the Padrone was taking too much and you needed another path, perhaps someone who knew someone could arrange something. The whole structure ran on relationships, on favors, on the accumulated weight of obligations built up over time between people who needed each other. This was the atmosphere in which the first figures of what would become the American Mafia began to appear. They were not, at least not consciously, attempting to build a criminal empire. They were doing what they had done in Sicily, adapted to the conditions of a new place. But the adaptation was effective because the conditions were remarkably similar in their essential structure. A marginalized community, absent or hostile official authority, and economic desperation creating the demand for services that no legitimate institution was supplying. The earliest figures we can identify operating in what would become Mafia-style criminal enterprise appeared in the 1860s and 1870s. Take Michael Sciamonte, who was active in the 1860s and early 1870s. Sciamonte ran what we would now recognize as a protection racket, though the terminology was different then. He approached Italian businesses, grocers, produce vendors, small shop owners, and explained that certain unfortunate incidents sometimes befell establishments in the neighborhood. Fires, vandalism, mysterious accidents that disrupted trade. For a modest weekly payment, Sciamonte could ensure that these misfortunes did not visit a particular shop. The implication was not subtle. The arrangement was not presented as optional. What made the scheme work was not only the threat, but the follow-through. Sciamonte would act on non-payment, and act visibly enough that neighboring businesses drew the correct conclusion from what they witnessed. Business owners could not appeal to police, both because of cultural prohibition and because police had demonstrated no interest in protecting Italian shopkeepers from Italian criminals. The amounts were calculated with care, enough to be profitable, not so much as to make payment impossible or resistance feel like the only remaining option. Sciamonte also positioned himself as a mediator. Two businessmen in dispute could bring the matter to him, for a fee. A debt that could not be collected through ordinary means could be recovered through Sciamonte's intervention, for a percentage. He was functioning as a parallel court, filling the gap that official institutions had left open. The operation was not elaborate. A small number of men, younger immigrants who were desperate enough to be useful and not yet established enough to have alternatives. No formal hierarchy, but the template was there and it worked. Giuseppe Esposito was something different. He was what might be called an imported criminal, arriving in New York in 1879, already wanted by Italian authorities for kidnapping and murder. In Sicily, Esposito had been involved in the kidnapping of an English nobleman named John Rose, held for ransom in the Sicilian mountains. Taking wealthy individuals captive was a reasonably established practice in certain parts of Sicily, but doing it to a British citizen attracted a quality and quantity of international attention that made continued residence in Sicily inadvisable. So Esposito came to New York, bringing with him experience and connections to Sicily's existing criminal networks. His method in New York was direct. He identified Italian immigrants and businessmen who had accumulated some money, and he sent them letters. These were not ambiguous communications. They described with specificity what would happen to the recipient and their family if payment was not made. Kidnapping, arson, murder. The letters were often illustrated with crude drawings of skulls, daggers, coffins, blood. They were signed with symbols rather than names. This practice, which the press would later call the Black Hand, created fear that was considerably larger than the actual organization behind it. Because there was no Black Hand organization, not really. It was a branding choice. Individual criminals and small groups across multiple American cities independently adopted the same imagery because it worked, because it suggested a vast and shadowy organization, where there was in fact a collection of separate operators who had noticed the same useful symbol. Newspapers ran breathless accounts of the Black Hand Society and its alleged reach, which amplified the terror considerably and inadvertently improved the effectiveness of anyone using the letterhead. Esposito's scheme functioned well until 1881, when he miscalculated. He sent threatening letters to several prominent Italian businessmen, among them a man named Leone who had sufficient resources and sufficient fury to approach the police with evidence. Leone brought names and details. The police, noting that Esposito was already wanted in Italy and had attracted more attention than was comfortable, decided to act. The arrest was almost procedural. Police found Esposito at his residence, surrounded by documentation of his operation, extortion letters, payment records, the kind of thorough record-keeping that is admirable in a business context and catastrophic in a criminal one. He was convicted and deported to Italy, where he would serve a life sentence. His American career had lasted barely 2 years. What Siamonte and Esposito demonstrated, despite the brevity of their careers, was that the conditions were right. Protection rackets were viable. Extortion worked. The combination of community distrust of official authority and official indifference to what happened inside Italian neighborhoods created a durable space for criminal enterprise. They had not built an institution, but they had described the shape of one. Other early figures were working in adjacent spaces during the same period. Vincenzo Manino ran gambling operations in the 1870s, establishing card games and dice games in the back rooms of Italian social clubs and saloons. Police rarely enforced gambling laws in immigrant neighborhoods, which made the business relatively safe. Manino provided space, took a percentage of winnings, and lent money to losers at interest rates that ensured the losers remained useful customers. The operation was not innovative, but it was consistent, and it built connections. Pietro Rubino worked a different angle entirely. He specialized in insurance fraud and staged accidents, arranging for falls on construction sites or collisions with streetcars, and then helping victims file insurance claims and lawsuits, taking a substantial cut, often more than half of whatever was recovered. Witnesses to these incidents had a consistent tendency to describe what Rubino needed them to describe. He had effectively invented the claims mill, decades before the term existed, exploiting the genuine dangers of immigrant labor and supplementing them with manufactured incidents. All of these early operators worked through the 1860s, 1870s, and into the 1880s with relatively little interference. Police ignored crimes that remained within Italian neighborhoods as long as they did not spill outward. The press ran occasional sensational pieces, usually freighted with ethnic stereotype, treating Italian criminality as a kind of exotic local color rather than a serious structural matter. Politicians made speeches when it was useful and did nothing when it was not. The Italian immigrant community itself was not unified in how it regarded these men. Many despised them, understanding clearly that protection rackets and extortion were parasitic operations inflicted on people who were already barely managing. But speaking out against them was dangerous, and cooperation with police carried its own serious risks, including cultural censure and the real possibility that the police would arrest the person doing the cooperating. Some immigrants found a rationale in the services these men provided: the loans, the dispute resolution, the rough version of protection in an environment where no refined version was available. Most simply kept their distance and hoped not to be noticed. What matters, standing back from these individual figures and looking at the shape of what they were doing, is that they were not inventing something. They were transplanting something. The practices they employed in New York, the protection racket, the parallel system of justice and debt collection, the community figure who was both feared and consulted, these were all already present in Sicily, already old there, already woven into the fabric of how communities without reliable government authority organized themselves. In Sicily, the networks that would eventually be called the Mafia had grown over centuries in the space left by governments that were either predatory or irrelevant. Rural Sicily had developed intricate structures of intermediaries, power brokers who controlled access to land and water and economic opportunity, who mediated between the official world and the world in which most people actually lived. Violence was a tool. So was the careful management of favors, the maintenance of obligations, the knowledge of who owed what to whom. In New York's Little Italy, the same dynamics were assembling themselves again, from similar materials, in similar conditions. And from there, the story gets considerably more complicated. There is something strange about the way power arranges itself in a vacuum. When official structures fail to reach into the corners where people actually live, something else moves in. Not always something dramatic, not always someone with a plan. Sometimes just a man who knows what people need and is willing to provide it at a price they have no choice but to pay. That is the world the Italian immigrant communities of the 1860s, 1870s, and 1880s were living inside. Authority was present in those years, but it was present the way a landlord is present when the rent is due and absent when the pipes burst. Official institutions, banks, courts, police, these were inaccessible or indifferent or openly hostile. Economic opportunities were scarce. Competition for what little work existed was brutal and constant. Into that vacuum stepped men who offered something else. Alternative structures of power and service, built from a mixture of violence, mediation, and careful positioning within the community. The scale in those early decades was still small. We are talking about the 1860s through to the 1880s. And in that window, we are talking about individual operators or small groups. Not crime families, not organizations with rules and hierarchies. Just men, sometimes working together, more often competing, running operations confined to a few blocks or a single neighborhood. Coordination between different criminals was minimal or simply non-existent. Turf disputes were common. Violence between competing operators flared regularly. The profits, while substantial to the individuals involved, were modest by any later standard. A successful protection racket might generate a few $100s a month, enough to live comfortably, not enough to build anything that deserved the word empire. But the foundations were being laid. The practices were being established. The cultural codes that would allow organized crime to flourish were being reinforced, quietly, inside immigrant communities. And a generation of young Italian immigrants was growing up watching these early operators, learning the systems, understanding what worked and what didn't, and beginning to imagine how it might all be expanded. I think about that sometimes. A child watching from a doorway, not yet knowing what he is watching, only knowing that this man, this particular man, seems to have a kind of power that no one else in the neighborhood has. The economic conditions of the 1880s and 1890s accelerated all of this considerably. The American economy during this period was notoriously unstable. Financial panics and depressions arrived with alarming regularity, the way bad weather arrives in a place where no one has thought to build a roof. The Panic of 1873 had caused a 5-year depression. The Panic of 1893 would cause another, lasting 4 years, and worse than the one before it. These crashes hit immigrant communities with particular severity. Construction work dried up. Wages fell. Competition for whatever jobs remained became desperate in a way that is hard to describe without sounding theatrical, though it wasn't theatrical at all. It was just very quiet and very grinding. Landlords still wanted rent. Families still needed food. And suddenly, the men who could provide loans, arrange work, or solve problems through means that existed outside the law became not just tolerated, but genuinely needed. The nativist movement was gaining strength during this same period, adding another layer of pressure. Organizations like the American Protective Association were railing against Catholic immigrants, accusing them of undermining American values, whatever that phrase meant to whoever was using it at the time. Newspapers published articles with titles like The Italian Problem, treating Italian immigration as an invasion requiring containment. Several high-profile incidents made clear that this wasn't simply rhetoric. In 1891, 11 Italian immigrants were lynched in New Orleans after being acquitted of murdering a police chief. Acquitted, and then killed anyway. That event demonstrated something plainly. Italian immigrants faced not just prejudice, but actual violent hostility from the society around them. You can imagine what that does to a community's willingness to trust outsiders. If the world outside your neighborhood views you as a threat, you draw closer to your own people. You rely more heavily on your own networks. You trust strangers even less than you did before. This insularity made the criminal elements who positioned themselves as community protectors and problem solvers even more deeply embedded in community life. They weren't parasites living on the outside of a community. They were woven into it. By the early 1890s, the patterns were clear. Italian immigrant neighborhoods in New York, particularly Little Italy, had developed parallel power structures operating entirely outside official institutions. Extortion, protection rackets, illegal gambling, and loan sharking were established and profitable. Violence was accepted as a business tool. The code of silence was enforced through both cultural pressure and practical intimidation. Police largely ignored Italian neighborhoods, except when forced to respond to particularly spectacular incidents. A model for criminal organization was emerging, still informal, still scattered, but recognizable. The stage was set for someone to take these small, scattered operations and transform them into something more organized, more sophisticated, and considerably more dangerous. The next wave of arrivals from Sicily, bringing both ambition and experience from the old country's criminal networks, would do exactly that. The American Mafia did not appear fully formed. It grew organically, the way things grow when the conditions are right, from poverty, exploitation, marginalization, and the particular kind of opportunity that exists only where official systems have failed to reach. The men who would later build criminal empires were watching these early operators, learning from their successes and mistakes, understanding what the environment would and would not support. And in 1893, one particular figure arrived in New York who would take everything these predecessors had built and elevate it into something approaching a system. or at least, as close to a system as organized crime ever manages to produce. His name was Giuseppe Morello. Calling him a protagonist would be generous by any reasonable standard. He was, to be plain about it, a terrible person. But he was an effective, terrible person, which in the world he inhabited counted for a great deal. Giuseppe Morello was born in 1867 in Corleone, Sicily, a town whose name would later become synonymous with fictional mafia families, largely through Mario Puzo's imagination, but which in the 1860s was simply another struggling agricultural town in Sicily's interior. Corleone sat in a valley surrounded by rocky hills that were scenic in the way places are scenic when you are visiting for an afternoon, and significantly less charming when you are trying to farm them for survival. The town had roughly 10,000 residents, most of them engaged in the time-honored Sicilian tradition of barely getting by, while a handful of wealthy families owned everything worth owning. Morello's family was not among the wealthy families. His father, Calodro Morello, was a peasant farmer who worked land he didn't own and died when Giuseppe was still a child. This left his mother, Angelina Piazza, to raise several children in a poverty so profound it made the New York tenements of the era look, by comparison, almost comfortable. Angelina eventually remarried to a man named Bernardo Terranova, a decision that was probably more about survival than romance, since single mothers with multiple children in 1870s, Sicily had approximately zero good options available to them. Giuseppe grew up in this environment of grinding poverty, and with one particular feature that would quietly shape the entire course of his life. He was born with a deformed right hand. The medical term is syndactyly. His fingers were partially fused together, giving him what appeared, at a glance, to be a claw. In Sicily, this earned him the nickname Clutch Hand, which sounds like something a comic book might invent, but was really just people being straightforwardly descriptive about a visible disability. The deformity made certain types of manual labor difficult, and in an agricultural economy, that meant one of the few legitimate paths out of poverty was effectively closed to him. Fortunately for Morello, or unfortunately for everyone else, he had other talents. He observed, fairly early, that in a place where official authority was weak and personal connections were everything, there were alternative paths available. By his teenage years, he was already moving within the networks of power that controlled rural Sicily, networks which would later be called Mafia, though the term wasn't widely used yet. These networks operated through a complex system of intermediaries, enforcers, and power brokers. They controlled access to land, water, employment, and justice. They resolved disputes, collected debts, and punished transgressions, all outside any legal framework. Morello proved adept at this world. He was intelligent, ruthless when the situation required it, and strategic enough to understand when violence would be counterproductive. By his early 20s, he had become a respected figure in Corleone's underworld, which is, if you think about it, a peculiar kind of distinction. Something like being employee of the month at a company that operates entirely through intimidation and occasional murder. His specific activities during this period are somewhat murky. Keeping careful records of illegal activities was not exactly encouraged, but we know he was involved in cattle theft, extortion, and working as an enforcer for more established figures. The cattle theft deserves a moment's attention because it was not simply stealing cows. It was a sophisticated operation. You would steal cattle from one landowner, move them through several intermediaries to obscure their origin, then sell them to another buyer who either didn't ask questions or was quietly part of the arrangement. It was, in its way, Sicily's version of money laundering, except conducted entirely with livestock. Morello also became involved in what Sicilians called protection, though everyone understood it was extortion with a more pleasant name. Local businesses, farmers, anyone with assets would pay Morello and his associates to ensure that nothing unfortunate happened to their property. The elegant cynicism of this arrangement was that sometimes legitimate threats did exist: bandits, rivals, actual criminals, so you could position yourself as providing genuine protection even as you were yourself the primary threat. It is like being both the arsonist and the fire department. Unethical, undeniably profitable. Things were going reasonably well for Morello, by Sicilian criminal standards, until 1889, when he was implicated in a murder. The victim was a man named Salvatore Lombardo. The circumstances were typical of underworld disputes in that time and place. A combination of personal vendetta, business disagreement, and someone deciding that the cleanest solution was making the problem permanently disappear. The details of Lombardo's death vary across sources, but the consensus is that he was found dead under circumstances that strongly suggested murder. Morello had been in a dispute with Lombardo over something, possibly money, possibly territory, possibly the kind of grievance that feels enormous in the moment and meaningless from a distance. Several witnesses reportedly placed Morello and his associates near the location around the time of death. Authorities decided to investigate. In 1880s Sicily, investigate was a somewhat generous term for a process that involved more guesswork and witness intimidation than actual detective work. But they gathered enough to indict him. Here is where Morello demonstrated the quality that would serve him well for years to come. He didn't wait to see how the trial would go. He ran. He fled Corleone, moving between towns and villages across Sicily, while authorities issued warrants and made half-hearted attempts to find him. This worked for a time. Sicily's rugged terrain and its deeply ingrained culture of non-cooperation with authorities made hiding a fugitive relatively straightforward. But eventually the pressure became too intense. Sicily was an island, after all. There are only so many places to disappear. The smart move was to leave Sicily entirely. And where did ambitious Sicilian criminals go in the 1890s? America, naturally. You are standing at a dock in Sicily in 1893. The air smells of salt and diesel and something older underneath, stone maybe, or the particular exhaustion of a place that has been poor for a very long time. There is a ship in the harbor. You have a name ready that is not your own. Your right hand, the one that looks like a claw, is tucked inside your jacket. You are 26 years old, and behind you is a murder charge, and ahead of you is everything else. In 1893, Giuseppe Morello, then 26 years old, wanted fugitive from Sicilian justice and possessor of what must have been the least inconspicuous hand deformity in criminal history, made his way to a port and boarded a ship bound for America. The specific details of his departure are unclear. Whether he used false documents, bribed officials, or simply slipped through the gaps in a maritime system that wasn't particularly rigorous about passenger identities. Ships carrying immigrants were not implementing anything resembling modern security. The main qualification was whether you could pay the fare. If the answer was yes, welcome aboard. The journey would have been the same miserable experience we touched on earlier in this series. Weeks in steerage, seasickness, terrible food, the crushing boredom of open water interrupted by moments of genuine fear during storms. But Morello had motivation. Behind him was a murder charge and probable lengthy imprisonment. Ahead of him was a country where rumors said a man could reinvent himself entirely, where Italian communities existed that would shield him from foreign authorities, and where someone with his particular skill set would find no shortage of opportunity. He arrived in New York Harbor sometime in 1893, the exact date uncertain because he almost certainly entered under an assumed name. Ellis Island officials, for all their thoroughness about checking for diseases and administering basic tests, were not sophisticated about verifying identities. If you gave a name that seemed plausible, they wrote it down. If you claimed to be a farmer from some village in Sicily, they had no way to verify whether you actually were a farmer or were, say, a man fleeing a murder indictment. The system relied heavily on honesty. Criminals found this refreshingly easy to work around. But Morello did not stay in New York. This is worth pausing on because it reveals something about the way he thought. New York's Little Italy was the obvious destination. Large Italian population, established criminal networks, family connections. But it was also the first place Italian authorities would look. American and Italian authorities did cooperate on extradition, at least occasionally, especially for serious crimes like murder. Morello needed to establish himself first. To become, on paper, someone other than a recently arrived Sicilian fugitive. So he went south, first to Louisiana, then to Texas. Louisiana had a significant Italian immigrant population working in agriculture, particularly in the sugarcane industry. After the Civil War ended slavery, plantation owners needed cheap labor and found it in various immigrant groups, Italians among them. The work was brutal in a way that is difficult to convey without sounding dramatic, though it simply was what it was. Harvesting sugarcane under Louisiana's humid, scorching heat. 12 to 14 hours a day cutting cane with machetes, loading it onto carts, all while managing insects, snakes, and temperatures that turned the fields into outdoor saunas. The pay was terrible. The conditions were worse. The overseers treated workers with the kind of casual cruelty that happens when people come to see laborers as interchangeable units rather than human beings. Morello took a job in those fields, which must have been quite a change from operating as a criminal middleman in Sicily, but it served his purpose perfectly. He was just another Italian immigrant laborer, indistinguishable from thousands of others. The deformed hand may even have helped in a strange way. It made him memorable in direct personal interactions, yes, but it also seemed to confirm exactly what he claimed to be, a manual laborer with a disability trying to get by. Who would suspect that the man with the claw hand cutting sugarcane was a sophisticated criminal who had fled a murder charge halfway across the world? The work gave him a legitimate cover story and, crucially, a clean American record. He had coworkers who could vouch for him, pay records showing legitimate employment. It was, in effect, witness protection before witness protection officially existed. Boring, miserable, and completely effective. Morello spent roughly 6 months to a year in Louisiana, the exact timeline unclear because he was deliberately maintaining a low profile. But during that time, he was not simply enduring the work. He was building quietly, meeting other Italian immigrants, carefully feeling out who might be useful, who had criminal connections, who could be trusted. From Louisiana, he moved to Texas, specifically to areas around San Antonio and Houston, where Italian immigrants had established communities. Texas offered similar advantages. Agricultural work, Italian communities large enough to provide cover but small enough not to be constantly scrutinized, and distance from the major Italian population centers where authorities might think to look. Texas in the 1890s was still very much frontier country in many ways. Law enforcement was inconsistent. Records were spotty. Someone could move between towns with relatively little trace. For someone constructing a new American identity while avoiding attention, it was ideal. Morello was not thrilled about this period, reportedly later describing rural Texas and Louisiana as something like a wasteland. And it is worth pausing for a moment on the image of it. This Sicilian criminal, intelligent and ambitious, spending his days doing agricultural labor in places that had almost nothing in common with the world he'd known. Strategy requires patience, and patience is not glamorous. But he was learning. He was improving his English, or at least developing something functional. He was observing how American law enforcement operated, how different it was from Sicily's model. He was studying American business practices and social structures. He was watching other Italian immigrants run illegal enterprises, cataloging what worked and what didn't in this new context. He also maintained connections to Sicily throughout this period. Letters were exchanged. Information flowed. Relationships were kept warm. Morello understood that in the criminal world, connections were not a luxury but a foundation. He was not simply a fugitive hiding in America. He was a man with ties to established networks, and those ties would matter when he was ready to act. By around 1895, roughly 2 years after arriving, Morello apparently decided he had laid sufficient groundwork. The immediate danger from his Sicilian crimes had faded with distance and time. He had a documented American presence as a working man. He had connections and the beginnings of a network. And he had received word from family and associates in Sicily that his stepfather, Bernardo Terranova, had died, and that his mother Angelina was planning to emigrate to America with her children, Morello's half-siblings. This changed his calculations. Having family in America would provide both cover and resources. His half-brothers, the Terranova brothers, would become central to everything he built. With family arriving and his groundwork established, Morello decided it was time to return to New York and begin building something more substantial than just survival. He traveled north, probably by rail, a journey of several days, giving him time to think. America's railroad system in the 1890s was extensive but not particularly comfortable for poor immigrants traveling in the cheapest available class. Wooden benches, overcrowded cars, minimal amenities. The kind of sanitation that makes modern bus stations seem almost pleasant. But after cutting sugarcane in Louisiana heat, a few days on an uncomfortable train probably felt manageable. Morello arrived back in New York around 1895, settling initially not in Manhattan's Little Italy, but in the Italian community of East Harlem, specifically around 107th Street. This was, again, a considered choice. East Harlem's Italian community was growing rapidly, but was less established than Little Italy in Lower Manhattan. There were fewer entrenched power structures, which meant more room for someone new to establish themselves. And it was slightly removed from the areas where Sicilian authorities might think to look, which provided a useful margin of safety. The neighborhood was typical of Italian immigrant areas in that period. Crowded tenements, struggling businesses, a population working desperately in manual labor while trying to maintain some thread of connection to the world they had left behind. The area had been predominantly Irish and German in earlier decades, and the shift to predominantly Italian by the mid-1890s was part of a pattern that repeated itself across New York neighborhoods. One group arriving, establishing itself, slowly moving toward something better, and another group moving in behind them. A very slow game of musical chairs, except everyone got a chair, and all the chairs were in terrible buildings. Morello did not immediately begin building a criminal empire. He spent the first months establishing himself as a legitimate resident. He needed work, housing, and most immediately, the arrival of his family. His mother Angelina and his half-siblings, Vincenzo, Ciro, and Nicola Terranova, arrived in New York around this time. Morello helped them settle. This was not only family obligation, it was strategic. The Terranova brothers would become key figures in what he was building. Blood relationships provided a level of trust and loyalty that was extraordinarily difficult to achieve through any other means. His initial employment in New York was officially as a laborer. Construction, dock work, whatever was available, all while maintaining the appearance of being simply another immigrant trying to get by. But he was also quietly reestablishing criminal connections, meeting with associates from Sicily who had also emigrated, introducing himself to the existing criminal figures in East Harlem, carefully, positioning himself as someone with experience and connections and genuine ambition. The existing criminal landscape in East Harlem was similar to what had developed in Little Italy. Small operators running protection rackets, extortion schemes, and gambling operations. Disorganized, multiple individuals or small groups competing rather than cooperating. Which meant there was an opening for someone who could bring coordination to scattered activities. In 1897, Morello opened a small store at 8 Prince Street in Manhattan, selling general goods, food, household items, the basics that Italian immigrants needed. He had apparently decided that East Harlem's opportunities were limited, and that being closer to the larger Italian community downtown would serve him better. The store was genuinely operational. Legitimate customers, rent paid, inventory maintained, all the normal operations of a small neighborhood business. But it also served several other purposes simultaneously. First, it provided a mechanism for laundering illegal income. Money from extortion or other criminal activities could be filtered through the store's accounts. Report more sales than you actually made, show larger profits, and suddenly criminal income appears to be legitimate business earnings. This was basic money laundering before anyone had named the practice, taking advantage of the fact that cash businesses were difficult to audit and authorities rarely bothered to try. Second, the store functioned as a meeting place and communications hub. Italian immigrants came to shop and socialize, making it a natural gathering point where information could be exchanged and business, both legal and illegal, could be conducted without attracting notice. Conspicuous in its normalcy, perfect for what lay beneath it. Third, the store allowed Morello to present himself as a legitimate community figure. He was no longer simply a recent immigrant and laborer. He was a businessman, a community presence. This respectability provided cover and reduced the likelihood that authorities would look closely at his activities. Morello also began working in import and export, specifically bringing Italian goods to America. This was legitimate business. Italian immigrants wanted products from home, olive oil, pasta, wine, and there was real money in being a middleman. But it also provided cover for other shipments. If you are regularly receiving crates of Italian products, adding a few crates of something else is relatively straightforward. Customs inspections were inconsistent. Documentation was often perfunctory. And as long as the right people received the right payments, packages moved through with minimal scrutiny. His half-brothers, the Terranova brothers, became his primary assistants. Vincenz, the oldest, was intelligent and capable of handling complex operations. Ciro was physically imposing, useful for enforcement. Nicola was younger but loyal and eager. Together with Giuseppe, they formed the core of what would gradually become the Morello crime family. The family connection was not incidental. Blood relationships in this world carried a weight that professional associations simply could not. You might betray an associate. Betraying family carried consequences that were social, cultural, and immediate. By 1898, Morello had established himself sufficiently to begin expanding his criminal operations with more confidence. The foundation was the protection racket. He would approach Italian businesses, grocers, merchants, restaurants, with a familiar pitch. Unfortunate things happen sometimes. Fires, vandalism, accidents. For a modest weekly payment, he could help ensure that these unfortunate things did not happen to them. The pitch was delivered respectfully, almost apologetically, as if he were genuinely offering a service. What distinguished Morello's approach from earlier operators was organization and consistency. Previous criminals had been scattered, unpredictable, and prone to excessive violence that attracted the wrong kind of attention. Morello ran his protection racket the way someone might run a small business. Payments were structured and regular. Violence was reserved for those who refused to pay and needed to serve as examples, and even then it was calculated. Enough to produce the necessary fear, not so spectacular that it forced authorities to respond. He also offered genuine services alongside the implicit threats: dispute resolution, loans, connections to employers, help navigating the bewildering machinery of American bureaucracy. If two Italian businessmen had a disagreement, Morello could mediate. If someone needed money and banks would not lend to immigrants, Morello's organization would provide it. The interest rates were usurious, and the collection methods were violent, but from the borrower's perspective, it was often the only option available. This combination of threat and service made Morello useful to the community even as he exploited it. The two things were not in contradiction. They existed together, which was precisely the point. The loan sharking operation became a significant revenue source. Italian immigrants constantly needed money for rent, for emergencies, for business investments, for the passage of family members still in Italy. Traditional banks viewed Italian immigrants as poor credit risks and typically would not lend to them at all. This created a market that men like Morello were happy to fill. Loans came with interest rates that would make modern payday lenders look restrained. Often 20% per week or more. Desperate people accepted desperate terms. The particular elegance of loan sharking, from a criminal perspective, was that it created ongoing relationships. Someone who borrowed often could not fully repay, so they borrowed more to make payments, falling into debt cycles that kept them connected to and dependent on Morello's organization. Some borrowers would eventually work off their debts through services, providing information, participating in crimes, offering their businesses for money laundering. It was a system that generated both steady income and an ever-expanding network of people with no choice but to cooperate. Morello also began organizing gambling operations more systematically. Illegal gambling was already common in Italian neighborhoods. Card games, dice, lotteries. Morello did not invent any of this. He organized it. He arranged for games in the back rooms of sympathetic businesses, provided security, and took a cut of the winnings. He organized lotteries where players could bet small amounts on numbers, with regular drawings. The house won in the long run, as it always does. But from the player's perspective, it was entertainment, and a chance at something in lives that offered few other opportunities for unexpected good fortune. What distinguished Morello's whole approach, across all of these operations, was his understanding of violence as a tool rather than a reflex. Excessive violence attracted attention from authorities and alienated the community. Random violence made people more likely to cooperate with police, if only out of fear of something worse. But targeted, purposeful violence, making a clear example of someone who refused to pay or who was known to have spoken to authorities, that was effective. It communicated the necessary message without creating chaos. When someone refused protection payments, the first response was not murder. It might be vandalism, a broken window, damaged merchandise. If that did not produce compliance, perhaps a beating, carefully calibrated, enough to be instructive without being spectacular. And somewhere in the background of all of this, in the tenements and the back rooms and the quiet streets of East Harlem at night, a generation was still watching, still learning, still beginning to understand what this kind of power looked like when it was actually organized. The foundations were not yet finished, but they were being laid with considerable care. There is something almost strange about how crime gets built, quietly, patiently, in the back rooms of grocery stores and over cups of espresso. Not in shadow-filled alleys with weapons drawn, but in the steady accumulation of small decisions, small arrangements, small debts owed and collected. Morello understood this. The building, the patience, the quiet. By 1900, roughly 7 years after arriving in America, and perhaps 5 years after settling in New York, Giuseppe Morello had established himself as a significant figure in the Italian criminal underworld of that city. Not yet the dominant figure he would become, but something solid, something built to last. You are standing outside a small shop on Prince Street. The smell of olive oil and dried pasta drifts through the open door. Men in dark coats sit near a window, speaking quietly in Sicilian. Someone laughs. Someone else nods. From the street, it is entirely unremarkable. From the street, you would have no idea at all. Violence within Morello's organization was carefully calibrated. Punishments were delivered to cause pain but not permanent injury, not the kind that required hospital visits and police reports, which would mean documentation, which would mean investigators. Murder was reserved for serious transgressions. Betrayal, cooperation with authorities, direct challenges to Morello's authority. And when murders did occur, they were conducted in ways that sent clear messages while leaving as little evidence as possible for anyone looking too closely. Bodies might disappear entirely, leaving families wondering but knowing better than to push too hard for answers. Or they might be found in public locations bearing signs of what had been done to them, serving as what the organization considered object lessons. Someone who talked too much might have their tongue cut out. Someone who looked where they shouldn't might lose their eyes. These weren't only murders. They were theatrical demonstrations of what happened to people who broke the code of silence. The actual murder rate, though, was probably lower than you might expect. Killing people is risky. It attracts attention. It eliminates potential revenue sources. The threat of violence, combined with occasional spectacular demonstrations of capability, was more effective than constant actual violence. Morello seemed to understand this the way a businessman understands overhead costs. He attended Italian community events. He contributed to Catholic churches, because nothing says certainly not a criminal quite like publicly supporting religious institutions. He helped newly arrived immigrants find housing and employment. He belonged to Italian fraternal organizations. Each of these gestures built genuine goodwill, even as they also created obligations, expanded his network of influence, and reinforced the impression of a man who was simply a productive member of his community. His physical appearance played its own role in all of this. The deformed hand, the one that had given him his name, Clutch Hand, meant he could never quite operate anonymously. But it also made him instantly distinctive, and that distinctiveness became something like a brand. An identity that was both frightening and in some strange way compelling. People remembered meeting Giuseppe Morello, partly because of the hand, partly because of the man behind it. He was reportedly soft-spoken, polite, almost gentle in manner, right up until he wasn't. People who expected criminals to be loud and crude and obviously threatening found his quiet demeanor disarming. He could discuss extortion in the same tone one might use to discuss a business partnership. He could arrange violence while maintaining perfect courtesy. It was deeply unsettling, and it worked. Morello's success attracted attention from competitors and from potential associates. He generally preferred cooperation over competition. He understood that criminal enterprises worked better when coordinated, when disputes were settled without fighting, when territories were respected rather than constantly contested. He began forming alliances with other Italian criminals, building informal networks based on mutual benefit and enforced through relationships, and, when necessary, calculated violence. If you cooperated with Morello, your operations ran more smoothly. If you competed with him, you faced coordinated opposition that made success difficult or impossible. Most people found cooperation the more reasonable path. He also maintained connections to Sicily, which distinguished him from many Italian criminals in America who had severed ties to the old country. Morello understood that Sicily's criminal networks carried centuries of experience and resources that could be genuinely valuable. He arranged for associates from Sicily to immigrate to America, bringing skills and connections with them. He coordinated with Sicilian criminals on various operations, particularly those involving import and export. The homeland remained useful. The homeland remained present. By the early 1900s, Morello had achieved something that would have been difficult to predict when he was cutting sugar cane in Louisiana. A fugitive with no resources except intelligence, ambition, and a capacity for violence. He had transformed himself into a respected, or at least feared, figure in New York's criminal underworld. He had established the foundation for what would become one of America's first true organized crime families, complete with structure, coordination, and multiple revenue streams. Success in crime, like success in any enterprise, creates both opportunities and risks. The bigger you become, the more attention you attract. The more profitable your operations, the more competitors want to challenge you. Morello was about to learn these lessons. His organization was growing, his ambitions were expanding, and he was approaching activities that would bring him both spectacular success and catastrophic failure. But that comes later. What matters now is that by 1900, the foundation was laid. The organization was built. The ambitions were crystallizing. All that was needed was opportunity and resources to expand. Unfortunately for many people, including, eventually, Morello himself, both were about to become available. If you are building a criminal organization in turn-of-the-century New York, you face a fundamental problem. How do you generate substantial income while maintaining plausible deniability? Protection rackets and loan sharking were profitable, yes, but they were limited by how many businesses you could intimidate and how many desperate immigrants you could find to exploit. What Morello needed was something more scalable, something more sophisticated. Ideally, something less likely to produce angry victims walking into police stations. Starting in 1897, Morello began expanding his commercial footprint with the quiet enthusiasm of a man who had discovered that owning businesses provided excellent cover for not actually running legitimate businesses. The store on Prince Street was only the beginning. By 1898, he had accumulated a small portfolio of establishments that looked, from the outside, like a respectable immigrant success story. There was a pasta shop, because Italian immigrants needed pasta and selling it was genuinely profitable. There was a grocery store that specialized in Italian imports, olive oil, wine, cheeses, all the products that made transplanted Sicilians feel slightly less far from home. There was a small cafe that served as a social gathering place, the kind of establishment where men could drink espresso, play cards, and discuss matters ranging from entirely legitimate business to decidedly less legitimate business. Each establishment was genuinely operational, real inventory, real customers, real transactions. This wasn't a situation where Morello opened empty storefronts and called them businesses. That would have been too obvious. These were functioning commercial enterprises that happened to also serve as money laundering operations, communication hubs, meeting places for criminal planning, and storage facilities for illegal goods. It was multitasking taken to a criminal extreme. The beauty of the arrangement was its simplicity. In a cash business like a grocery store, tracking every transaction is difficult even with modern systems. In 1898, when transactions were recorded by hand in ledgers and receipts were often not given for small purchases, it was essentially impossible for anyone to verify whether claimed sales matched actual sales. Morello could report whatever revenue seemed plausible, paying taxes on enough income to appear legitimate while channeling illegal earnings through the books. It was money laundering before the term existed, and it worked beautifully as long as you weren't too greedy about the numbers. The businesses also provided employment for family members and associates, which solved several problems at once. It gave criminal associates legitimate jobs they could name to authorities or immigration officials. What do? I work in my cousin's grocery store, which sounds considerably better than I collect protection money and break legs when people don't pay. It created a network of legitimate-appearing establishments throughout Italian neighborhoods that were actually part of Morello's criminal infrastructure. And it reinforced the family-based structure that would become central to everything he built. By 1900, Morello had assembled roughly 20 to 30 relatives and close associates who formed the core of his organization. This was not a formal hierarchy with clear ranks and titles. That kind of organizational structure would come later. Instead, it was a fluid network based on family relationships, personal loyalty, and proven capability. The Terra Nova brothers remained central. Vincenz Terra Nova, known as Vincent, was probably the most capable from an organizational standpoint. He could manage complex operations, handle negotiations, and understood both the criminal and legitimate aspects of their enterprises. Ciro Terranova would later become known as the Artichoke King, for his control of artichoke distribution in New York, which sounds almost comical until you realize that controlling produce distribution was actually quite profitable and involved all the usual methods applied to vegetables. Nicola Terranova was younger, but useful for enforcement and operations requiring more physical presence than strategic thinking. Beyond the immediate family, Morello recruited other relatives and men from Corleone and the surrounding areas. Not random recruits, but carefully selected individuals based on a combination of criminal capability and family connection. The selection criteria were essentially two questions. Can I trust you? And are you useful? With family relationship weighing heavily on the first. This family-based structure offered real advantages. Family loyalty was stronger than business loyalty. You might betray a business partner under the right circumstances, but betraying family carried much heavier social and cultural consequences. In Sicilian culture particularly, family betrayal was essentially unforgivable. Family connections also made it harder for authorities to infiltrate the organization. You could not easily insert an undercover officer into a group where everyone was related and had known each other since childhood. And keeping criminal activity within family networks made the enforcement of omerta, the code of silence, more natural and more effective. The cafe served as a de facto headquarters. Morello and his key associates would gather there, ostensibly to drink coffee and socialize, which is what they were doing, except the socialization involved planning crimes. To any outside observer, it looked like a group of Italian immigrants speaking their native language, which it was. The Italian language itself created an additional barrier to surveillance, since most New York police officers spoke no Italian at all. Morello positioned himself as the ultimate authority, but operated more as a patriarch than a corporate executive. Decisions flowed through him. Disputes were brought to him for resolution. His word was final, but he was not a tyrant issuing orders from a distance. He was consultative. He listened to input, built consensus when possible, and reserved absolute authority for the situations that genuinely required it. This style of leadership was culturally familiar to Sicilian immigrants and proved effective at maintaining loyalty while allowing flexibility in operations. There is something worth sitting within that image. The quiet man at the center of the cafe, drinking his espresso, speaking softly, listening carefully. The same man who had arrived in America as a fugitive, hiding in the fields of Louisiana. The distance between those two moments is not very long in years. It is enormous in everything else. Running grocery stores and pasta shops, even as fronts for money laundering and criminal coordination, was not going to generate the kind of wealth Morello was beginning to envision. Protection rackets had a ceiling. You could only extort so many businesses before you had saturated the market. Loan sharking was profitable but labor-intensive, requiring constant collections and enforcement. Gambling was good but competitive. What he needed was a criminal enterprise that was both highly profitable and somewhat insulated from direct connection to him. He found it in counterfeiting. Counterfeiting in the late 1890s and early 1900s was, in some ways, easier than it would be today. Security features on currency were far less sophisticated. No magnetic strips, no watermarks, no color-shifting ink. None of the modern anti-counterfeiting technology that makes producing fake money require essentially government-level resources. The bills were simpler, and replicating them was technologically feasible for skilled craftsmen with the right equipment. But in other ways, it was significantly harder. You needed engravers capable of creating plates that could reproduce the intricate designs on currency. You needed printing presses, not small desktop printers, but actual mechanical presses, large and expensive and difficult to conceal. You needed the right paper, which could not simply be bought at a stationery shop, since currency paper had specific characteristics. You needed the right inks, matched precisely to the colors used by the government. And you needed all of this while avoiding the attention of the Secret Service, which had been established specifically to combat counterfeiting and was actually quite competent at their job when they focused their attention on someone. Morello's entry into counterfeiting appears to have begun around 1900, though the exact timing remains uncertain because participants were not keeping detailed records for obvious reasons. What we know suggests it started small, possibly with Morello financing or partnering with someone who already had counterfeiting skills. The operation then expanded as it proved profitable, and as Morello developed the connections that made larger-scale production possible. The key figure in this expansion was Ignacio Lupo, a Sicilian immigrant who had become one of Morello's closest associates and most valuable partners. Lupo had arrived in America in 1898, fleeing Sicily after allegedly killing a man, which was becoming something of a recurring theme among successful Italian criminals in New York. Murder charges, it seemed, were considered more of a career obstacle than a permanent barrier. Lupo was from Palermo rather than Corleone, but in New York's Italian criminal underworld regional distinctions mattered less than capability and connections. He had his own links to Sicilian criminal networks, independent from Morello's. He was reportedly charming and persuasive. He ran an import company and a cafe, and he knew how to navigate both the criminal underworld and the legitimate business world. The nickname Lupo the Wolf suggested someone fearsome, and by most accounts, he lived up to it when necessary. He and Morello formed a partnership that combined Morello's organizational skills and established New York network with Lupo's connections and capabilities. It was, in its way, a criminal business merger. Except instead of filing paperwork with anyone, they sealed the deal with a mutual understanding that betrayal meant death. Lupo's connections included access to counterfeit currency plates from Sicily. This was crucial, because creating high-quality counterfeit plates from scratch was extremely difficult. It required master engravers, not people who advertised their services, but specialists known only through criminal networks, who worked on commission for those who could afford them and be trusted not to betray them. The arrangement worked roughly like this. Plates would be produced in Sicily by these specialist engravers, metal engravings that, when inked and pressed onto paper, would produce images resembling United States currency. The plates would then be smuggled to America, hidden in shipments of legitimate goods. Morello's import-export business provided convenient cover for receiving packages from Sicily. The plates would arrive in New York, and Morello's organization would handle the actual printing, the distribution, and the laundering. The printing operation required a secure location, somewhere that wouldn't attract attention, where the noise and activity of the press could be concealed. Morello eventually established printing operations in several locations: apartments, back rooms of legitimate businesses, rural properties outside the city where isolation provided its own security. Using multiple locations meant that if one was discovered, others could continue operating. You did not lose your entire production capacity to a single raid. The process itself was labor-intensive. Workers would ink the plates, position the currency paper, obtained through various means, sometimes stolen from government suppliers, sometimes manufactured to approximate government specifications, and operate the press. Each bill had to be individually printed, dried, cut to size, and inspected. Badly printed bills that were obviously false were destroyed. Only bills that could plausibly pass for genuine currency at casual inspection were kept for distribution. The quality of Morello's counterfeit bills varied over time and between batches. Some were quite good, good enough that merchants and even some banks would accept them without noticing they were false. These were the most valuable because they could be used directly. Other batches were lower quality, recognizable as fake upon close inspection, but perhaps passable in poor lighting or to someone not paying attention. These would be sold to distributors at steep discounts. You might sell them for 20 cents per dollar of fake currency, and the distributors would take their chances passing them. This brings us to the distribution network, which was perhaps even more impressive than the production side of the operation. Producing counterfeit money is only half the problem. You then need to actually use it or sell it without getting caught. Every time someone passes a fake bill, there is a chance the recipient will notice, and a chance that will lead to arrest and investigation. Morello's solution was to use Irish criminals as primary distributors. This might seem an odd choice, but it was strategically considered. The Irish distributors, men with names like Patrick O'Brien and Michael Donnelly, rough characters from Hell's Kitchen and other Irish neighborhoods, didn't know the full organizational structure or production locations of Morello's operation. They knew they were buying counterfeit currency from some Italians. That was approximately the extent of it. This compartmentalization protected the core operation. If they were caught, they couldn't expose what they didn't know. Irish criminals also had their own established networks and territories in New York and other cities. They knew where to pass counterfeit currency, which businesses were less likely to detect fakes, which neighborhoods had less attentive law enforcement. Using their existing infrastructure was more efficient than building a parallel Italian distribution network. And it created plausible deniability. If authorities discovered Irish criminals passing counterfeit bills, the investigation would initially focus on Irish criminal networks. By the time investigators traced the bills back to an Italian source, if they ever did, the trail might have gone cold entirely. The Irish distributors would buy counterfeit currency from Morello's organization at substantial discounts. $1,000 in fake bills might cost them $200 real dollars. They would then pass the bills in various ways. Some used in legitimate transactions, buying goods from stores that didn't inspect bills carefully, then reselling those goods for real money. Some used in criminal transactions where the other party wouldn't realize the money was false until later. Some sold on to other criminals at slightly marked up prices. The distributor paid 20 cents per dollar, sold for 30 cents per dollar, and made a profit while expanding the distribution network further still. The volume of counterfeit currency that Morello's organization produced and distributed was substantial. Based on later investigations and testimony from informants, the operation appears to have been producing tens of thousands of dollars in counterfeit currency monthly at its peak. Even after production costs and discounted sales to distributors, this generated thousands of dollars in actual profit each month, a fortune for the time. Consider what legitimate laborers were earning in that same period, perhaps $5 to $10 per week for brutal physical work. Morello's counterfeiting operation was generating more profit in a single month than most Italian immigrants would earn in years of honest work. That gap is worth pausing on for a moment. It tells you something about the calculations that criminal organizations offered to people living at the edges of an economy that had very little use for them. The money flowed through the network in carefully managed ways. Counterfeit bills were not spent directly by Morello or his close associates. That would have been far too risky. Instead, they were sold to distributors for real currency, and that real currency was laundered through the legitimate businesses. The grocery store's books might show increased sales. The cafe might report higher revenues. Criminal income appeared to be legitimate business profit. Morello was paying taxes on some of this, which probably annoyed him, but was necessary for maintaining his cover. The operation also required bribing various officials to look the other way. Customs inspectors needed to not examine certain shipments from Sicily too carefully. Local police needed to ignore certain activities in Italian neighborhoods. Government employees with access to currency paper or other supplies might be redirected. These were business expenses, reducing profits but enabling the operation to continue. Morello was running a criminal enterprise with all the overhead costs any business carries, except his product was fake money. The Secret Service was not entirely oblivious. Counterfeiting was their primary mission, and they were genuinely competent at tracking operations when they focused their attention. The problem was volume. There were many counterfeiting rings across America, and resources were limited. Catch one operation, and another would appear somewhere else. When counterfeit bills began appearing in New York in significant volumes around 1900 to 1901, Secret Service agents began investigating. They traced bills back through merchants to distributors, arrested some of those distributors, and tried to work up the supply chain. But the compartmentalized structure of Morello's operation made this difficult. The Irish distributors who were caught often didn't know who their Italian suppliers were beyond first names and rough descriptions, even when they were willing to cooperate. And many weren't, because informing on criminal associates was a reliable way to end up dead. They couldn't provide information they simply didn't have. Secret Service investigations kept arriving at the wall of Omerta within the Italian community. Agents trying to question Italian immigrants about criminal activities were met with variations of "I know nothing," "I didn't see anything," "I don't speak English well enough to answer questions," regardless of how fluent those people actually were. This wasn't only criminals refusing to cooperate. It was an entire community viewing law enforcement as hostile outsiders who were not to be trusted. Even victims of crimes would often refuse to provide information, preferring to handle matters through community channels rather than involving the police. The few informants who did provide information often met unfortunate ends. Bodies found in alleys, bodies floating in rivers, bodies left in public places as messages to anyone considering cooperation with authorities. Morello's counterfeiting operation thrived in this environment through roughly 1902 to 1903. Production was steady. The distribution network functioned. Profits were substantial. Authorities were making little progress toward shutting it down. Morello was expanding his legitimate business holdings, solidifying his position as a community leader, and building an organization that was becoming increasingly sophisticated and profitable. But counterfeiting at this scale carried inherent risks that would eventually catch up with the operation. Every counterfeit bill passed was a data point for investigators, a small piece of evidence that could, over time, be connected to others. The operation was growing larger, and larger things cast longer shadows. That is where this part of the story rests, in the quiet before the complications arrive, in the back rooms of ordinary-looking businesses, in the steady hum of a press somewhere outside the city, in the patient accumulation of everything that was about to become very difficult to contain. You are standing in a tenement hallway in Lower Manhattan. It is 1903. The building smells of boiled cabbage and damp wool, and something beneath that, something darker, something like old fear. A barrel stands at the end of the street. People are walking past it faster than usual. You do not stop to look inside. The narrator speaks now, quietly, from a little distance away. The machinery of a criminal empire, once it reaches a certain size, begins to produce its own problems as efficiently as it produces its profits. Every person who handled a counterfeit bill was a potential weak link. Every bribe paid was a relationship that could later be leveraged or betrayed. The more successful the operation became, the more attention it drew from federal authorities who were growing quietly, persistently frustrated by their inability to shut it down. There were technical vulnerabilities too, unglamorous ones. The engraving plates, however finely made, wore down with use. They required regular replacement, which meant ongoing contact with engravers back in Sicily and a steady stream of smuggled plates crossing the Atlantic. Each crossing was another opportunity to be caught. The paper itself was a problem. Government currency paper had specific characteristics, particular weight, particular texture, a quality that was genuinely difficult to replicate. The inks needed to match government inks precisely, which required either the theft of actual government supplies or careful chemical analysis and reproduction. Every aspect of production created what you might call an exposure point, a place where the whole structure could begin to unravel. The distribution network had its own weaknesses. The Irish intermediaries who were caught faced considerable pressure to cooperate with investigators, and eventually, some of them did. Even those who knew very little about the full structure could offer pieces of information. Pieces that, combined with intelligence gathered elsewhere, might give investigators somewhere to begin. And as the volume of counterfeit notes increased, more merchants, more banks, more ordinary cashiers were noticing something wrong with the money they were handling. More investigations followed, more arrests, more pressure on the whole operation from every direction. Morello managed these risks the way criminal bosses generally do, through intimidation, occasional violence, careful compartmentalization, and the steady application of bribes to officials who could be persuaded to look elsewhere. For several years, these methods held. The operation ran. The profits accumulated. But he was always one significant mistake away from catastrophe, one major betrayal, one determined investigator who wouldn't let go. By 1903, Giuseppe Morello was probably among the wealthier individuals in New York's Italian immigrant community, though most of that wealth had to stay invisible. He couldn't live in a mansion. He couldn't arrive in a luxury automobile. A grocery store owner who suddenly lived like a banker would immediately attract the kind of attention he could not afford. So the wealth stayed hidden, laundered through legitimate businesses, tucked into various locations, present but unseen. Within the Italian community itself, though, his status was unmistakable. He was a man of respect, a man of influence, someone whose word carried weight and whose displeasure was something a sensible person arranged their life to avoid. His organization had grown well beyond family members by this point. Trusted associates operated semi-independently across the city, running protection rackets in specific neighborhoods, operating loan arrangements, overseeing gambling establishments, managing various other criminal enterprises. All of them paying tribute to Morello and operating beneath the umbrella of his protection. It was beginning to resemble something like an organized crime family in a structural sense, though the formal architecture wouldn't solidify until later. The counterfeiting operation specifically was generating enough profit that Morello could fund expansion into entirely new territories. Some of the money went into additional legitimate businesses, more storefronts, more establishments that could function as fronts and as money laundering operations. Some went into bribes and payments to officials, ensuring advance warning of any investigations that might be coming. Some was sent back to Sicily, maintaining the relationships and connections that kept the supply chain functioning. And some, presumably, was simply accumulated. Hidden wealth belonging to a man who had transformed himself from a fugitive cutting sugarcane in Louisiana into a criminal boss running a counterfeiting operation at industrial scale. There is something worth sitting within that image for a moment. The sugarcane fields, the humidity, the anonymity of that particular kind of hard labor. And then, 12 years later, a man whose decisions shaped the criminal landscape of an entire city. The fundamental problem with success in a criminal enterprise is that it is self-defeating in a particular way. The more successful you become, the larger a target you become. The larger a target you become, the more resources authorities commit to bringing you down. Morello's counterfeiting operation was, by any measure, extremely successful for several years. That success would eventually contribute directly to its collapse. But that collapse had not yet arrived. In the early 1900s, Giuseppe Morello was operating at the height of his power. Protection rackets, loan sharking, gambling, and a counterfeiting enterprise producing fake currency at a scale that would have impressed anyone, criminal or otherwise. He had built something genuinely significant, however darkly constructed. He had arrived with nothing but intelligence, ambition, and a deformed hand that made him instantly recognizable everywhere he went. What he built from that beginning would serve as a structural template for organized crime in America for decades to come. And now, having established that foundation, he faced the particular challenge that successful criminals always eventually face: how to expand without expanding so visibly that the people whose job it is to stop you feel they have no choice but to try. His answer involved refining his extortion methods, and in what remains one of the more unexpected turns in the history of American organized crime, establishing monopolistic control over the distribution of produce and ice. The Black Hand extortion scheme that Morello had inherited and refined from earlier criminals, figures like Giuseppe Esposito, was by 1902 becoming somewhat stale. The basic mechanism, threatening letters demanding payment under threat of violence, was effective enough, but it had developed serious limitations. Newspapers were running regular stories about Black Hand activities, which raised public awareness and created pressure on authorities to respond. And victims were developing a certain weariness about the letters themselves. When you receive your third or fourth threatening note decorated with crude drawings of skulls and daggers, the shock value does begin to diminish. The letter that once made your hands tremble becomes something you recognize, something you almost expected. Morello's innovation was to professionalize the method, to systematize it, to transform what had been a relatively crude shakedown into something considerably more sophisticated. The first refinement was a kind of targeted psychological precision. Earlier Black Hand operations had been fairly indiscriminate, sending letters to anyone who appeared prosperous with generic, interchangeable threats. Morello's organization took a more patient approach. Before any letter was sent, potential victims were researched, their families noted, their daily routines observed, their particular vulnerabilities identified. The letters that arrived would reference specific details. Your daughter walks to school every morning at 8:15. Your wife visits the market on Tuesdays. These were not abstract threats from some faceless entity. They were messages from someone who had been watching, who had been present at ordinary moments of ordinary life without anyone knowing. The paranoia this created was often more effective at compelling payment than any actual violence. Victims could no longer dismiss the threats as empty. Someone really had been watching their daughter walk to school. The knowledge of that surveillance was its own form of torment. The second refinement was what might be called layered extortion, or double payment. Here is how it worked. A business would receive the standard threatening letters demanding money. If they paid, the organization had secured a revenue source. If they refused, or seemed to be considering going to the authorities, someone would approach them with an offer of help. This helpful individual, often someone who appeared to have no connection to the original threats, would explain that he knew about the letters, that he had connections to powerful people, that he could make the problem go away for a fee. The fee was often nearly as much as the original extortion demand, but victims paid it because paying for protection felt different from surrendering to threats. It felt, at least, like doing something. The brilliant and deeply cynical architecture of this scheme was that the threats and the protection were coming from exactly the same organization. Morello's people were manufacturing the problem and selling the solution. Victims were paying twice, once to stop threats that would never have existed without Morello, and once for protection that amounted to Morello's organization agreeing not to harm them. A protection racket wrapped inside an extortion scheme, and it generated substantial, consistent revenue. The third refinement was the shift from one-time transactions to ongoing relationships. Earlier operations had often been transactional in the simplest sense: demand payment, receive payment, move to the next victim. Morello understood that a victim who had paid once had demonstrated a willingness to pay again. The goal became creating ongoing obligations rather than isolated extractions. This might take the form of escalating demands over time, subsequent letters citing new reasons for additional payments. Or it might transition into formal protection arrangements, regular weekly or monthly payments in exchange for being left alone. Or it might evolve into business relationships where the victim was expected to purchase goods or services from Morello-connected suppliers at above-market rates. Refusing at any stage meant the threats returned, probably more severe than before. Going to the authorities meant retaliation, and the Italian community's code of silence made prosecution genuinely difficult in any case. Once someone entered this system, leaving it was nearly impossible. Most chose to keep paying indefinitely, becoming what were effectively permanent revenue sources, people whose fear had been converted into a kind of tax. But perhaps the most unexpected expansion of Morello's operation was his move into monopolistic control of essential goods within Italian neighborhoods. This was not extortion in the conventional sense. It was market manipulation combined with the application of violence to create artificial monopolies that generated guaranteed income. The two most successful examples were ice and artichokes. Ice first, because controlling ice distribution sounds almost absurd until you remember what 1903 actually looked like. Refrigeration meant blocks of ice in an insulated wooden box. Not a humming electric appliance, but actual ice, delivered by cart, melting slowly, keeping meat from rotting and milk from souring through the long heat of a New York summer. In a tenement apartment in July, with heat coming through the walls and the smell of a city that had not yet invented air conditioning, ice was not a luxury. It was essential. Butchers needed it. Restaurants needed it. Every household with children needed it for the milk, for the meat, for basic food safety. The demand was constant, predictable, and inelastic. Whoever controlled ice distribution in a neighborhood controlled something that everyone in that neighborhood needed. Morello recognized this and moved to establish control. The method was direct. Existing ice vendors were approached with a familiar offer: partner with the organization or face problems. Independent vendors who declined found their deliveries mysteriously interrupted, their carts damaged, and in more serious cases, themselves unable to continue working due to injuries sustained under circumstances that discouraged further independence. Once control was established, prices rose. Not dramatically. Dramatic increases invite complaints and attract attention. But modest increases, something in the range of 20 to 30% above previous market rates, applied across thousands of customers, generated substantial profit. Italian families paid because ice was not optional and alternative suppliers were not available in their neighborhoods. The ice operation provided benefits beyond direct income. Ice delivery men had perfectly legitimate reasons to visit every business and many homes in the neighborhood on a regular schedule. They could observe who was prospering, who might have money worth targeting, which businesses were struggling and might need loans. The ice route became an intelligence-gathering network disguised as a domestic service. And then there were the artichokes. Ciro Terranova, one of Morello's stepbrothers, took primary responsibility for establishing what became known as the artichoke monopoly. The nickname he earned for this, the Artichoke King, sounds like something from a children's story, and it is difficult not to feel the quiet absurdity of it. But the operation it described was generating tens of thousands of dollars annually, which is not absurd at all. Artichokes were culturally important to Italian immigrants in ways that made them behave more like necessities than luxuries. They were imported from California and to a lesser extent from Italy. They were not grown extensively in the Northeast, which meant New York's supply moved through a limited number of wholesalers and distributors. That concentration made the supply chain vulnerable to the kind of pressure Morello's organization was practiced at applying. Terranova's organization intimidated or absorbed existing distributors, drove out competitors through violence or the credible threat of it, and established monopoly control over the supply. Once that control was in place, prices rose substantially. Artichokes went from affordable vegetables to expensive ones, not because of any change in supply or demand in the natural sense, but because one criminal organization controlled the supply and set the price. Italian grocers who wanted to stock artichokes, and most did because their customers expected them, had to purchase from Terranova's operation at inflated wholesale prices. Those costs were passed along to consumers, who grumbled and paid, because cultural food preferences are not easily substituted. Any grocer who tried to source artichokes elsewhere would find that alternative suppliers were not inclined to do business with them, having been persuaded by Terranova's organization that this was wise. The artichoke monopoly eventually attracted newspaper attention, which generated a particular flavor of public coverage, sensational enough to sell papers, but so apparently ridiculous that authorities initially did not take it seriously. The idea that organized criminals were running a vegetable cartel seemed almost comic, which was, perhaps, precisely why it worked as long as it did. By the time authorities recognized it as a serious criminal enterprise generating substantial illegal income, the monopoly was firmly established and genuinely difficult to dismantle. Other produce items were similarly targeted, particular Italian vegetables and specialty foods, things that Italian immigrants specifically wanted and could not easily find alternatives for, became targets for the same basic mechanism. Find something with guaranteed cultural demand and a controllable supply chain. Apply violence and intimidation to establish monopoly control. Inflate prices and collect the difference indefinitely. These monopolies were also, from a legal perspective, remarkably difficult to prosecute. Controlling ice or artichoke distribution was not obviously illegal. It could be presented as vigorous business competition. The violence and intimidation that maintained the monopolies happened in the shadows, while the businesses themselves appeared legitimate. Prosecutors would need witnesses willing to describe the intimidation, and in Italian immigrant neighborhoods, where the code of silence was rigorously observed, those witnesses were rarely available. The growth of these various operations, refined extortion, layered protection schemes, produce monopolies, required the organization to expand and tighten its internal disciplines simultaneously. By 1903, Morello's operation involved dozens of active participants and hundreds of people who were connected to or dependent on it in some way. That scale created both capability and risk. More people meant greater reach. It also meant more potential for betrayal, internal disputes, and the slow erosion of control. Morello addressed this through the establishment of brutal and visible discipline. The fundamental principle was uncomplicated. Betrayal meant death, not quiet death, public, unmistakable death that functioned as a lesson to everyone who heard about it afterward. In 1903, a man named Benedetto Madonia, who was connected to Morello's organization, became involved in a dispute over money. The specific details remain unclear. The outcome does not. Madonia's body was found cut into pieces and stuffed into a barrel, which was left in a public location where it would be discovered and talked about. The case became known as the barrel murder. It attracted significant newspaper coverage because of its brutality, and it was one of the events that began making both the public and law enforcement take Italian organized crime in New York seriously. The barrel as a disposal method had a particular kind of logic to it. It was unmistakable. It could not be dismissed as an accident or a robbery gone wrong. It was a communication as much as it was a killing. Finding a barrel with human remains in a neighborhood was an event that ensured everyone in that neighborhood heard about it. It was psychological warfare in the most literal sense, aimed at maintaining control through the sustained presence of terror. Other enforcement methods varied in detail but not in message. Victims were found in the East River or the Hudson, often with evidence of having been tortured before death. Bodies appeared in alleys and vacant lots with multiple stab wounds or signs of sustained beating. The method changed. The meaning did not. Between 1903 and 1910, New York's Italian neighborhoods saw a series of murders and disappearances connected to criminal activities. Some represented conflicts between Morello's organization and competitors. Others were matters of internal discipline. All of them contributed to the same effect, the establishment of Morello's reputation as someone who would, without hesitation, use extreme violence to maintain his authority. And this brings us to what Morello was becoming during this period. Not just a successful criminal boss, but something the Italian criminal world did not yet have a settled term for. What would later be called a boss of bosses. A capo di tutti capi, the figure to whom other Italian criminals deferred. This was not a title formally bestowed. It was a recognition that accumulated gradually, the way authority tends to accumulate around people who have demonstrated both the resources and the will to enforce their judgments. Morello began positioning himself not merely as a competitor but as an arbitrator. When two criminal groups fell into conflict over territory or money or a personal grievance, those conflicts were bad for everyone. They attracted attention. They disrupted profitable arrangements. They were inefficient. Morello offered an alternative. Bring the dispute to him. Present your case. He would render judgment. The implicit corollary was clear. Refusing his mediation or rejecting his judgment once rendered meant facing the displeasure of an organization that had demonstrated, publicly and repeatedly, exactly what that displeasure looked like. These sessions, informal as they were, apparently took place in back rooms of Morello's businesses, in private homes, in Italian social clubs. Both parties would present their positions. Witnesses might be called. Morello would decide. His decisions drew on traditional Sicilian criminal customs, on practical considerations about what would maintain peace and profitability, and almost certainly on some calculation about which outcome would best reinforce his own position. The genius of the arbitration role was structural. It made Morello essential rather than merely powerful. Criminals who might otherwise be competitors became people who needed something from him. Favorable judgments created obligations. Parties who received them owed him gratitude and often tangible tribute. His position as the arbitrator, backed by the demonstrated capacity for extreme violence, made him too valuable to challenge. Killing Morello would destabilize everything and trigger conflicts between factions that had learned to depend on his mediation. Keeping him alive and in authority was, in a real sense, in everyone's interest. By 1905, his status as the premier authority in New York's Italian criminal world was firmly established. Other Italian criminals operating in the city, and there were many, running independent operations of various kinds, recognized his position. Some paid tribute, providing percentages of their income in exchange for his protection and the right to operate without interference. Others maintained their independence, but understood that significant moves required at least consultation with Morello, to avoid the kind of conflicts that no one wanted. The period from roughly 1903 to 1910 was the height of his power. He was running multiple profitable enterprises simultaneously. He had established brutal but effective internal discipline. He had positioned himself as the ultimate authority in Italian organized crime in New York. He had maintained a functional facade of legitimate business throughout. By any measure of the thing he had chosen to become, he was spectacularly successful. The organizational structures he developed during this period, still informal by later standards, established patterns that would echo forward through decades of American organized crime. The combination of legitimate business fronts with criminal operations. The loyalty structure organized around family and trusted associates. the use of extreme violence as a disciplinary instrument, the monopolistic control of goods and services, the arbitration of disputes between competing factions. All of these would become standard features of what the American Mafia eventually became. Morello's success also changed how Italian criminals thought about organization itself. Before him, Italian criminals in America had largely operated as independent actors or in small, loose groupings. Morello demonstrated that larger-scale organization was not just possible, but genuinely more profitable. His position as boss of bosses showed that hierarchical authority could function in the American context, even if maintaining it required continuous, sometimes brutal enforcement. The legitimate business community in Italian neighborhoods during this period had what you might call a complicated relationship with all of this. Morello was extorting them. He was charging inflated prices for ice and produce that they had no choice but to buy. He was generally exploiting them in numerous ways, and yet he also provided certain things that were otherwise unavailable. Loans when banks would not extend credit to Italian immigrants. Resolution of disputes when official channels were hostile or inaccessible. A kind of protection from other criminals or from outside threats. Many people probably hated him. Many also depended on him. That combination, oppressor and provider simultaneously, is a particular kind of trap, and many Italian immigrant families in those neighborhoods were caught in it without a clear way out. The broader Italian immigrant community responded in ways that were similarly tangled. Some admired what Morello had achieved. He had arrived with nothing and had built something. Others viewed him as a parasite feeding on his own people. Most, probably, simply tried to stay out of his way, tried not to attract his attention. Which is, when you think about it, a reasonable response to living in proximity to a powerful criminal who operates with apparent impunity. Authorities during this period were increasingly aware of Morello, but consistently struggled to build cases against him. The barrel murder in 1903 had attracted attention, but connecting it to Morello required witnesses who did not exist. The counterfeiting operation was under investigation by the Secret Service, but they were still working their way through layers of distributors who would not cooperate. The Black Hand letters were widely reported, but difficult to trace to specific individuals because they were unsigned or marked only with symbols. The ice and artichoke monopolies were arguably his most visible operations, but also the most legally difficult to prosecute, because controlling the distribution of legal goods was not obviously criminal, even when the methods used to establish that control involved violence and intimidation. The Italian community's code of silence was the obstacle that kept appearing in every investigation. It was not only fear, though fear was real and well-founded given what happened to those who cooperated with authorities. It was also cultural. Many Italian immigrants, particularly those from Sicily and southern Italy, carried with them a deep and historically earned distrust of government institutions. Cooperating with American police meant violating values about handling problems within the community rather than through external authorities. And practically speaking, even a victim who testified and saw Morello imprisoned would still have to live in a neighborhood where his organization remained intact and would remember. Morello also benefited, in a particular and troubling irony, from ethnic prejudice in law enforcement. Police and prosecutors often viewed Italian neighborhoods through a lens that made no real distinction between ordinary immigrants and criminals. Crimes within those communities were frequently not investigated with much energy or resources. Authorities sometimes viewed Italian-on-Italian violence as an internal problem, not worth the investment of significant institutional attention. That attitude was deeply problematic in obvious ways, but it did provide cover for organized crime to develop and consolidate without the intensive law enforcement pressure that might have disrupted it earlier. By 1907 to 1908, Giuseppe Morello had built something that was, from a purely structural and historical perspective, genuinely significant. He had traveled from a sugarcane field in Louisiana, from a life lived under assumed names and the fear of extradition, to the position of the most powerful Italian criminal boss in New York City. He controlled multiple profitable enterprises. He commanded the deference of other criminal figures across the city. And somewhere beneath all of it, the counterfeiting plates were still wearing down. The investigators were still following the trail of fake bills through the distribution network. And the things that make criminal empires collapse were quietly assembling themselves in the background. But that is where this part of the story rests for now. There is something in the nature of power, any kind of power, that makes it uneasy with its own limits. The more you have, the more the edges seem worth testing. And Giuseppe Morello, by the early years of the 20th century, had built something that by any measure was considerable. His organization held dozens of active members and hundreds of people in various states of connection to it. Some depended on it for income. Some feared it enough to pay it. Some were woven into it so thoroughly they'd forgotten where Morello's world ended and their own began. The money moving through his operations totaled hundreds of thousands of dollars annually in gross revenue, with substantial profits surviving even after expenses and bribes. But success in organized crime is not a stable condition. The higher you climb, the more enemies accumulate below you, and the more attention gathers from above. Morello's rise had made him the primary target for two different kinds of pressure at once. Rival criminals watched and waited. Federal investigators dedicated growing resources to understanding exactly what he was doing and how he was doing it. The counterfeiting operation in particular was generating, as investigators sometimes said, heat, meaning attention, meaning resources directed at Morello specifically. Federal authorities had been watching for years. And underneath the official scrutiny, quieter pressures were building. People within his own organization who felt passed over, or who had absorbed too much of his discipline without enough reward, were potentially sitting with information they might one day choose to use. Victims of his extortion, people who'd paid and resented every payment, were accumulating the slow resentment that eventually tips into something else. Competitors who'd accepted his authority under duress were waiting for the moment that authority looked less certain. The produce monopolies had drawn enough press attention that officials felt obliged to be seen doing something. The barrel murders and the other spectacular violence had made Italian organized crime a subject of genuine public concern. And the counterfeiting operation, which had been so profitable and so carefully run, had left behind it a trail. Evidence, witnesses, paper, that determined investigators might one day be able to follow. Between 1903 and 1910, Giuseppe Morello stood at the peak of his criminal career. He had built an organization that would serve as a template for American organized crime. He had established himself as the boss of bosses in New York's Italian underworld. He had demonstrated, in his particular way, that immigrants could achieve a kind of success in America, even if the methods were entirely illegal and morally reprehensible. He had shown that organization, discipline, and strategic thinking could transform scattered criminal activities into something approaching a criminal corporation. Peaks are inherently unstable positions. The counterfeiting operation that had been so profitable was about to become the source of Morello's undoing. The empire he'd built was approaching its first major crisis, one that would reshape not just his organization, but the entire landscape of Italian organized crime in New York. For now, though, in the middle years of the first decade of the century, Giuseppe the Clutch Hand Morello could survey what he'd built. The barrels, the monopolies on vegetables and ice, the fake money circulating quietly through the economy, the protection payments from hundreds of businesses. He had built something substantial from nothing. The kid with the deformed hand from Corleone, who had arrived in America as a fugitive, had become the most powerful Italian criminal boss in New York. Whether what he'd built was admirable or appalling depends entirely on your relationship to the people he exploited along the way. But there is no denying it was, in its cold way, impressive. A demonstration that intelligence, organization, and a ruthless willingness to use violence could create power and wealth for someone who'd started with nothing except those qualities, and a distinctive deformity that made him unforgettable to everyone he encountered. Here is a fundamental truth about criminal empires that holds across all of history. The same qualities that make you successful, ambition, risk-taking, the willingness to exploit any available opening, are often precisely the qualities that eventually destroy you. Morello was about to demonstrate that even very intelligent criminals can make catastrophically poor decisions when greed settles over their judgment like fog. The year 1907 began with Morello at the absolute peak of his power. His counterfeiting operation was generating thousands of dollars monthly. His protection rackets, produce monopolies, and various other enterprises were running smoothly. Everything, by every measure available to him, seemed to be going well for a man who had arrived in America as a fugitive with no resources except his mind and his capacity for violence. Then October 1907 arrived, and the American financial system did what it periodically did. It panicked. The panic of 1907 was one of those crises that remind everyone that an economy is, at some level, a shared arrangement that depends on confidence to function. This particular unraveling began with an attempt to corner the market on United Copper Company stock. That attempt failed spectacularly. The failure triggered runs on banks. The runs caused liquidity crises. The crises spread through the financial system like something contagious and fast-moving. For wealthy Americans with investments and bank accounts, the panic of 1907 was frightening and economically damaging. For poor Italian immigrants living week to week in overcrowded tenements, it was something closer to catastrophic. Construction work dried up as building projects were canceled. Factories laid off workers. Small businesses failed as customers stopped spending. The economic contraction hit immigrant communities with particular force because immigrants were typically the first fired and the last rehired when downturns came. People who had been barely managing were now facing unemployment with no savings, no safety net, and rent that did not adjust itself to accommodate financial panics. You are standing in a narrow street in Lower Manhattan in late 1907. The air smells of coal smoke and something faintly brined, the harbor not far off. Around you, the windows of the tenements are lit with oil lamps, and from somewhere above comes the sound of children, and underneath that, the sound of a man and a woman speaking in low, urgent Italian. Everyone on this street is calculating. Everyone is afraid. The narrator settles back in. If you were Giuseppe Morello, observing this crisis, you might have registered it as a problem. An economic downturn means less money to extort, businesses failing before they can be exploited, overall conditions worsening for criminal enterprise. But if you were the kind of opportunistic criminal Morello had always been, you might instead see it as something else. Desperate people make decisions they would never make otherwise. People facing financial ruin will accept arrangements they would normally refuse. Economic chaos creates cover, and there is something particular about the terror of losing everything that makes people exploitable. Morello decided the crisis was an opportunity. This turned out to be true in approximately the same way that jumping from a building provides an opportunity to experience flight. Technically accurate, ultimately leading to a very hard landing. The scheme Morello developed involved something called a cooperative. In theory, cooperatives are genuinely beneficial. Italian immigrants had been forming them for years, groups that would collectively purchase goods at wholesale prices, share resources, provide mutual aid during hard times. They helped struggling people survive, and they worked because they were built on real collective benefit. Morello saw them as architecture for fraud. The specific operation came to be known as the Florio Cooperative Scheme, though the word cooperative was doing considerable heavy lifting in that name, since the entire point was not to cooperate, but to take money from people who believed they were investing in their collective future. The basic setup was this: establish what appeared to be a legitimate cooperative that would pool Italian immigrants' money to purchase goods, make investments, and provide financial security during the crisis. Promise impressive returns, higher than normal, because these were special investments available only to members of the Italian community. Collect money from desperate people looking for any way to protect or grow their savings. Then, instead of actually investing the money productively, siphon most of it off for Morello's benefit while maintaining just enough legitimate activity to keep the cooperative appearing to function. This was essentially a Ponzi scheme before Charles Ponzi made them famous, combined with ethnic targeting that made it particularly effective within the Italian immigrant community. The cooperative was marketed through Italian community networks, moving along the channels of trust and connection within the immigrant population. People who would never trust an outside banker would trust a cooperative run by their own Pisani, particularly one endorsed by or connected to a respected figure like Giuseppe Morello. It opened in late 1907, right as the financial panic was generating maximum anxiety. The pitch to potential investors was carefully constructed. Italian immigrants needed to protect themselves from American financial institutions that had already failed them. By pooling resources through a community-controlled cooperative, they could make investments that would survive the crisis and generate returns that might lift them out of poverty. Membership required an initial investment, typically somewhere between $50 and $200, which represented months of savings, sometimes close to a year, for working-class Italian immigrants. But the promised returns were substantial enough that desperate people convinced themselves the risk was worth it. The cooperative opened offices in Italian neighborhoods. There were clerks keeping records, ledgers showing investments and returns, regular meetings where the cooperative's success was discussed. Early investors received modest returns, not the spectacular gains that had been promised, but enough to seem legitimate, enough to encourage them to keep their money in and recruit others. This is how Ponzi structures sustain themselves in their early stages. Pay the first investors with money from later investors. Create the appearance of success. Attract more victims. Morello was not the public face of the cooperative. That role went to various frontmen who appeared to be legitimate Italian businessmen. But Morello was behind the operation, collecting most of the money that was supposed to be invested. Some funds went into maintaining the appearance of a functioning cooperative. Some went to paying the promised returns to early investors. Most went into Morello's pockets and those of his close associates. The approach exploited both desperation and cultural isolation simultaneously. Italian immigrants who had already been burned by American institutions during the crisis were predisposed to trust a community-based cooperative. The language barrier and cultural distance made it harder to understand American financial regulations or to know where fraud could even be reported. And the community's code of silence meant that even when people realized they'd been defrauded, many would be unlikely to approach authorities. For several months in late 1907 and into 1908, the scheme worked. Money flowed in from immigrants hoping to protect what little they had. The cooperative's offices stayed busy. Morello was extracting substantial sums while the cooperative's surface remained plausible. The problem with schemes like this is that they cannot be sustained. Eventually, new investors stop arriving, and there is no money to pay earlier ones. Eventually, people want to withdraw their funds and find nothing there. Eventually, the mathematics catch up. For the Florio Cooperative, that reckoning began in mid-1908, when promised returns couldn't be met and people started asking questions. When investors sought to withdraw their money and were told there were temporary liquidity issues or administrative delays, suspicions sharpened. When weeks became months, people began comparing notes. The realization spread through the Italian community that the cooperative had been a fraud. that their savings were gone, that they had been robbed by people from their own community. I think about those families sometimes, the ones who scraped together $50 over the course of a year, who handed it over believing they were protecting themselves, and then sat with the knowledge that it was simply gone. There is a particular quality to being defrauded by someone who claimed to be one of your own. The anger that followed was significant enough to overcome something that was not easily overcome in immigrant communities: the deep cultural prohibition against cooperating with authorities. Some victims filed complaints with New York police and with federal authorities, providing details about the cooperative, their investments, and their growing certainty about what had happened. This created a serious problem for Morello. The cooperative fraud had attracted official attention in a way his other operations had not. Protection rackets and artichoke monopolies were diffuse, difficult to prosecute, reliant on witnesses who wouldn't cooperate. The cooperative fraud was different. There were clear victims who could document their investments and losses. There were clear promises that had not been kept. There was a paper trail of money flowing into the operation. Even without knowing immediately where the money had gone, investigators could establish that fraud had occurred. But the damage ran deeper than just the cooperative investigation itself. The inquiry into the cooperative provided federal authorities an entry point into Morello's entire operation, including the counterfeiting that had been generating his core income for years. The Secret Service had been investigating Morello's counterfeiting since at least 1905. They knew counterfeit currency was circulating in substantial quantities. They had arrested some of the Irish distributors, but those arrests hadn't traced back to Morello. The compartmentalized structure of the operation and the code of silence had frustrated them. Production locations were hidden. Distributors didn't know the full supply chain. Witnesses wouldn't cooperate. The investigation had essentially stalled. The cooperative fraud changed this. Federal authorities now had leverage over people in Morello's orbit. Victims were angry and willing to talk, at least about the fraud. Some of those victims had connections to Morello's wider criminal network and could offer information about other activities. And most critically, the investigation into the cooperative's finances gave investigators justification to examine deeply how Morello had accumulated wealth while apparently running modest grocery stores and import businesses. The breakthrough came from an unexpected place. Someone inside Morello's organization decided that cooperating with authorities was preferable to whatever fate awaited them if the empire collapsed, and everyone scrambled to protect themselves. The identity of this person is not entirely clear from historical records. Criminal organizations do not typically announce who betrayed them, and informants had strong reasons to remain anonymous, given the known consequences of talking. But someone provided the Secret Service with information about the counterfeiting operation, production locations, distribution methods, key participants. This gave investigators what they needed. In early 1909, they began surveillance of suspected counterfeiting locations and known associates of Morello. They monitored the import business, through which counterfeit plates had been brought from Sicily. They tracked distribution patterns through Irish criminal networks. They assembled a case that connected Morello not just to the cooperative fraud, but to years of counterfeiting activity. The arrests came in February 1909. A coordinated sweep targeting Morello and key members of his organization. Secret Service agents, backed by local police, raided multiple locations simultaneously. They struck the suspected printing locations, finding equipment, counterfeit currency, and the plates used for printing. They arrested Morello, Ignazio Lupo, and several other key figures. They seized business records, ledgers, and correspondence documenting the scope of what had been running. The raids were spectacular enough to make the front pages. Italian counterfeiting ring smashed, read one headline. Boss of Italian criminals arrested, announced another. The coverage was sensational and heavily freighted with ethnic stereotypes. Newspapers presented Italian criminals as a foreign menace threatening America, using language that ranged from prejudicial to openly racist. But underneath the sensationalism, the core facts were accurate. Federal authorities had arrested the leader of the most sophisticated Italian criminal organization in New York and charged him with running a multi-year counterfeiting operation. The evidence was substantial: counterfeit currency, printing plates, testimony from informants, records documenting the operation, and most damning, investigators had caught some of Morello's associates in the act of printing counterfeit bills. This was not a circumstantial case. This was physical evidence that was difficult to explain away. Morello's trial began in late 1909. It was one of those proceedings where the outcome was never really in doubt. The prosecution presented counterfeit currency and the plates used to print it. They demonstrated that those plates had been smuggled from Sicily through Morello's import business. They presented testimony from distributors who had purchased counterfeit currency from the organization. They showed financial records, indicating that Morello had generated income far exceeding what his legitimate businesses could possibly have produced. The defense denied everything and attacked the credibility of prosecution witnesses. Morello claimed he was a legitimate businessman being persecuted because of his ethnicity. His lawyers argued that the government's witnesses were themselves criminals whose testimony could not be trusted. They suggested Morello was being framed by authorities looking for someone to blame for Italian criminal activities. None of this was particularly persuasive when set against physical evidence and multiple witnesses corroborating the same account. The jury deliberated for less than a full day, guilty verdicts on counterfeiting charges. Morello was convicted, so was Lupo, so were several other key members of the organization. The sentencing was severe. Morello received 25 years in federal prison. At age 42, that sentence effectively meant the remainder of his active life incarcerated. Lupo received 30 years. Other defendants received sentences ranging from a few years to 15, depending on their level of involvement. 25 years. The man who had built one of the most sophisticated criminal enterprises in America, who had established himself as the boss of bosses, who had terrorized Italian communities through violence and exploitation for more than a decade, was going to a federal penitentiary for a quarter of a century. The impact on his organization was immediate and devastating. With the boss and his primary associates in prison, there was no clear succession. The Terranova brothers, Vincenzo, Ciro, and Nicola, were still free, but they were younger, less experienced, and not as feared. The authority Morello had constructed through years of violence and strategic positioning was not transferable. Other Italian criminals who had been paying tribute or accepting his arbitration no longer had reason to defer to an imprisoned boss whose sentence meant he would not be a factor in New York's underworld for decades. The organization didn't disappear entirely. The Terranova brothers attempted to maintain operations. Ciro continued his artichoke monopoly for years. Vincenzo tried to hold together the organizational structures Morello had created. But without Morello's leadership, authority, and violent reputation, the organization fragmented. Members pursued their own interests. Rivals who had been afraid to challenge Morello now saw their opportunity. The network of control began unraveling. The counterfeiting operation was permanently shut down. Federal authorities had seized the equipment, arrested the key operators, and the Irish distribution network had scattered. The protection rackets continued in more limited and disorganized forms. The produce and ice monopolies persisted for a time, though they would eventually face challenges from competitors and from authorities now paying closer attention. The Black Hand extortion continued as a practice, but without the systematic organization Morello had imposed on it. What is particularly striking about Morello's downfall is how completely avoidable it was. The counterfeiting operation, while risky, had been running for years without serious legal consequences. The protection rackets and monopolies were difficult to prosecute. Morello had successfully maintained the facade of a legitimate businessman while running criminal enterprises. He had positioned himself, through violence, fear, and the community's code of silence, as someone who seemed untouchable. The cooperative fraud was the mistake that destroyed everything. It created direct victims with documented losses who were angry enough to overcome cultural prohibitions. It gave investigators entry into Morello's business dealings and financial records. It generated publicity that put pressure on authorities to act. And most critically, it apparently motivated someone inside his organization to provide information about the counterfeiting operation, either because they faced prosecution over the cooperative fraud or because they saw the empire weakening and decided to save themselves. The irony is that the cooperative fraud probably generated less profit than Morello's ongoing counterfeiting and extortion operations were already producing. The total amount stolen was probably tens of thousands of dollars, less than Morello's organization was generating monthly from other sources. He did not need the cooperative fraud. He did it because the opportunity was there, and he was greedy enough to take it despite the risks. Despite the fact that targeting large numbers of victims with a fraud scheme would inevitably create a paper trail and produce angry people willing to talk. This is the mistake that brings down successful criminals across all eras. Unnecessary risk taken out of greed rather than need. Morello had a functioning criminal empire generating substantial income. He could have left the cooperative scheme alone, continued his existing operations, and probably remained at large for years longer. Instead, he saw an opportunity to exploit desperate people during a financial crisis, and could not resist. The broader Italian immigrant community's reaction to his downfall was mixed. Some celebrated. Years of extortion, exploitation, and terror had made Morello genuinely hated by many of the people he had claimed to serve. His conviction was vindication for those who had suffered under his control and had been unable to speak. Others, particularly those involved in or dependent on his criminal network, saw it as a disaster. Morello had provided certain services, loans, dispute resolution, a form of protection, however exploitative. And his removal created a vacuum and instability. And some immigrants, viewing Morello through the lens of ethnic solidarity, saw his prosecution as persecution of a successful Italian by hostile American authorities, a framing that required missing or ignoring the fact that his primary victims had been other Italian immigrants. The newspapers covered the trial extensively, though their coverage often revealed more about early 20th century prejudices than about Morello's actual crimes. He was described as the king of the Italian criminals. Italian organized crime was presented as an exotic and dangerous foreign invasion. The coverage was sensational, dwelling on the counterfeiting, the barrel murders, the Black Hand letters, while largely missing the mundane reality that most of Morello's income had come from relatively unglamorous crimes like protection rackets and monopolizing ice delivery. Federal authorities celebrated the conviction. The Secret Service, which had been investigating the counterfeiting for years, finally had their result. There was probably some self-congratulation that was not entirely deserved. The breakthrough had come largely from Morello's own mistake, rather than from brilliant investigative work. But convicting a major criminal boss was still a significant achievement. The case also influenced how American authorities thought about Italian organized crime. Morello's organization demonstrated that these were not simply random violent criminals, but structured enterprises with hierarchy and complex operations. This understanding would shape how law enforcement approached Italian organized crime in subsequent years, though it would take decades more before authorities fully grasped the scope of what would eventually become the American Mafia. For Morello personally, federal prison was a dramatic fall. Atlanta Federal Penitentiary did not care about reputations from New York's Italian underworld. Prison authorities were not impressed by the boss of bosses. Other inmates were not intimidated by someone whose primary power had been organizational skill and the ability to order violence rather than carry it out personally. The networks of loyalty and fear that had sustained his authority were entirely irrelevant in a federal prison cell. Prison records suggest he adapted reasonably well to incarceration, probably because intelligence and the ability to navigate social systems were useful inside walls as they had been useful outside them. He was not a model prisoner, but he was not particularly troublesome either. He worked various prison jobs. He presumably maintained connections with his family outside. And he presumably spent considerable time thinking about how exploiting a financial crisis through an unnecessary fraud scheme had destroyed everything he had built. The 25-year sentence was not entirely served. Morello would be released earlier due to good behavior and changes in sentencing laws, but his release would not come until 1920, after 11 years in federal prison. He would be in his 50s by then. He would have lost more than a decade of his life and his position in the criminal underworld entirely. The organization he had built would be fractured or absorbed into different structures. New leaders would have emerged. Prohibition would have transformed the economics and organization of criminal enterprise completely. The Italian criminal underworld that Morello would eventually return to would be fundamentally different from the one he had left. The Terranova brothers, Ciro, Vincenzo, and Nicola, had attempted to maintain operations in his absence with varying degrees of success. But without Morello's authority and violent reputation, they could not command the same deference. The organization that had terrorized Italian neighborhoods and positioned itself as the ultimate authority in the Italian underworld had become, in his absence, just another criminal group among several, struggling for position and power. What's particularly striking about Morello's downfall is how completely a single mistake undid years of careful, patient work. The cooperative fraud of 1907 and 1908 created the investigation that led to the counterfeiting charges that resulted in 25-year sentences that decapitated the organization for a generation. One decision, made out of greed rather than strategic thinking, destroyed an empire that had seemed untouchable just months before. There is a lesson in that, though probably not one that would deter other ambitious people. Success in crime, like success in any high-risk endeavor, requires knowing when to stop, knowing when the risks outweigh the additional rewards, knowing when accumulating more is not worth the exposure that comes with it. Morello had built a criminal enterprise generating substantial income. He had established himself as the boss of bosses. He could, conceivably, have maintained operations for years longer, perhaps indefinitely, had he simply let the cooperative scheme pass him by. He did not let it pass. He saw the opportunity, saw the desperate people, saw the money that could be taken and reached for it. And sometimes I think about what that moment must have felt like for the people inside it. The immigrants who handed over a year's savings in a cold office in Lower Manhattan, believing they were protecting themselves, and the man who took that money, who had already built everything a person of his particular ambitions could want, reaching for just a little more. History turns on that kind of moment more often than we tend to think. There was something almost classical about the shape of Giuseppe Morello's fall. A man who had arrived in America as a fugitive, who had cut sugar cane in Louisiana with a deformed hand and nothing to his name, who had built himself through years of violence and careful calculation into the most powerful Italian criminal boss in New York. That man looked at the financial crisis of 1907 and saw not danger but opportunity. He used it to run a cooperative fraud on desperate immigrants. He couldn't resist the additional profit. And that inability to resist, that was what ended everything. It has the structure of a Shakespearean tragedy. The protagonist undone by his own character flaw, the fatal quality that was also the defining quality, the thing that made him what he was turned against him at the worst possible moment. Except Shakespeare's tragic heroes tend to earn a kind of sympathy. Morello's tragic flaw was being too greedy while exploiting people who had nothing. It is difficult to feel much for him. By 1910, Giuseppe Morello was in federal prison, beginning a sentence of 25 years. His counterfeiting operation, which had been the primary engine of his income, was destroyed. The various rackets he had controlled were being contested by rivals who had been waiting, patiently or otherwise, for exactly this moment. The position of boss of bosses, which he had established through years of violence and strategic maneuvering, was gone. The careful balance between criminal operations and legitimate business facade had collapsed. The empire he had built from nothing. From a fugitive cutting sugar cane in Louisiana to the most powerful Italian criminal in New York, had been reduced to nothing again. What remained was a prisoner in Atlanta. A man with a deformed hand and a great deal of time, sitting with the knowledge that by the time he was released, if he lived that long, the world would have moved on without him. The organization that would later be called the Morello crime family had lost its head and would not fully recover its position for decades. New leaders would eventually emerge. New organizations would form. The structures of Italian organized crime in America would continue evolving, as they always had. But Morello's particular empire, built through counterfeiting and vegetables and violence, was effectively ended by greed and poor judgment and a cooperative fraud that seemed like a good idea until it destroyed everything. Sometimes the fall really is harder than the climb, particularly when you are falling from the top of a criminal empire into a federal prison cell with 25 years to think about how you got there. Morello's imprisonment in 1909 created a power vacuum in New York's Italian underworld. That phrase, power vacuum, can sound theatrical. It wasn't in this case. It was quite literal. Suddenly there was no boss of bosses, no ultimate authority, no one whose word was final and backed by the credible threat of ending up dismembered in a barrel. Nature abhors a vacuum, and criminal underworlds doubly so, because vacuums in power structures tend to get filled through violence rather than orderly succession planning. What emerged from this vacuum wasn't a single replacement boss. It was something more complicated than that. It was fragmentation, along lines that had always existed beneath Morello's authority, regional identity, family connections, and the deeply Italian principle that where you are from matters almost as much as who you are related to. To understand what happened after Morello's downfall, it helps to step back and consider something fundamental about Italian immigration and identity in early 20th century New York. When we talk about Italian immigrants, we are using a category that was somewhat misleading to the people themselves. Yes, they were from Italy, in the sense that the Kingdom of Italy had unified the peninsula in 1861, roughly a generation before mass immigration to America began. But calling someone from Sicily and someone from Lombardy both Italian was a little like calling someone from Texas and someone from Maine both American. Technically true, missing a great deal. Italy in the late 1800s was a relatively new construct, imposed on regions that had spent centuries as separate kingdoms, duchies, and city-states, each with distinct languages. Not just dialects, but genuinely different languages. Distinct cultures, traditions, identities. Someone from Palermo in Sicily had about as much in common with someone from Turin in Piedmont as they had with someone from Greece. Which is to say, they were both Mediterranean peoples who ate similar foods and gestured expressively while talking. But beyond that, shared identity was limited. The Italian language itself was essentially a standardized version of Tuscan, taught in schools and used in official contexts. But most Italians spoke their regional languages at home, in their communities, in the streets where they actually lived. This regional identity didn't disappear when Italians immigrated to America. If anything, it intensified. Immigrant communities organized themselves around regional and even town-specific identities. Italian neighborhoods in New York were not simply Italian. They were Neapolitan blocks, Calabrian blocks, Sicilian blocks, and within those, even more specific divisions by town or village of origin. People from Palermo clustered together. People from Corleone formed their own networks. People from Castellamare del Golfo maintained connections specifically with other Castellamersi. It was as though Italy's regional map had been photocopied and overlaid onto Manhattan's street grid, creating a miniature version of Italian regional divisions in New York's neighborhoods. For legitimate immigrants, this clustering provided community support and cultural continuity. For criminals, it provided the foundation for organizational structures built on kinship and regional identity. You are standing on a street in East Harlem, sometime in the middle of the 1910s. The air carries the smell of bread and garlic and coal smoke from the buildings above. Around you, the signs on the shops are in Italian, and the conversations you overhear are not quite the Italian you learned in a classroom. They are something older, narrower, rooted in particular hills and particular coastlines thousands of miles from here. Everyone around you knows where everyone else is from. That knowledge is not small talk, it is infrastructure. Then the narrator settles back into the longer view. When Morello went to prison and his authority evaporated, Italian criminal networks didn't fragment randomly. They fragmented along these pre-existing regional and family lines, crystallizing into distinct groups that would eventually evolve into what we would recognize as crime families. The three most significant groups that emerged were the Palermitani, centered around criminals from Palermo and western Sicily; the Corleonesi, which was essentially what remained of Morello's organization, based around people from Corleone; and the Castellamersi, composed of immigrants from Castellamare del Golfo and the surrounding areas. These weren't formal organizations with membership cards and organizational charts. They were loose networks based on the principle that you trusted and worked with people from your town, or at least your region, and viewed others with varying degrees of suspicion. The Palermitani represented the largest group numerically and had some of the most notable figures. Palermo, Sicily's capital and largest city, had produced a steady stream of immigrants to New York, many of whom had been involved in criminal networks back in Sicily. Palermo's mafia was older, more established, and arguably more sophisticated than the rural mafias of places like Corleone. Palermitan criminals brought with them urban sensibilities and connections to Sicily's most powerful criminal networks. Ignazio Lupo had been one of the key Palermitan figures in Morello's organization, but his 30-year sentence for counterfeiting removed him from the picture just as thoroughly as Morello's imprisonment removed Morello. His removal didn't eliminate the Palermitan network. It just removed one leader, leaving others to step into available roles. Among these was Salvatore d'Aquila, who had been operating his own criminal enterprises in Manhattan even while Morello was at his peak, carefully avoiding direct conflicts with the boss of bosses, but maintaining independence. D'Aquila had arrived from Palermo in the 1900s and represented a somewhat different kind of Italian criminal than Morello. He was less theatrical in his violence, more focused on steady income from traditional rackets than on spectacular operations like counterfeiting. His approach was to quietly build networks within the Palermitan community, establish protection rackets, loan operations, and gambling enterprises, and expand gradually rather than dramatically. It was organized crime as patient accumulation, rather than bold ambition. What distinguished d'Aquila and the Palermitan network was their emphasis on connections back to Sicily's established mafia structures. Palermo's mafia was not simply criminal gangs. It was a complex system of power, mediation, and control that had existed for generations. Palermitan criminals in New York maintained these connections, which provided both legitimacy within Italian criminal circles and practical benefits. Access to smuggling routes, skilled criminals who could be recruited to America, intelligence about what was happening in Sicily's criminal world. The Palermitan network after 1909 operated primarily in Manhattan and parts of Brooklyn, focusing on Italian neighborhoods with significant populations from Palermo and western Sicily. Protection rackets targeting businesses, loan sharking, illegal gambling, some involvement in labor racketeering as unions became more significant in New York's economy. What they did wasn't particularly innovative, but they did it with enough discipline to avoid the kind of spectacular attention that had brought down Morello. D'Aquila's approach to leadership was different from Morello's boss of bosses style. He didn't position himself as the ultimate authority over all Italian crime in New York. That would have been presumptuous and invited challenges. Instead, he positioned himself as the leader of the Palermitan network, the person who represented Palermitan interests, who mediated disputes within that community, and who coordinated activities among Palermitan criminals. It was a more modest claim to authority, which paradoxically made it more sustainable, because it didn't require constant, violent assertion of dominance over everyone. The second major group was what remained of Morello's organization. The Corleonesi, centered around people from Corleone and led by the Terranova brothers. This group had both advantages and disadvantages following Morello's imprisonment. The advantage was that they had been part of the most powerful Italian criminal organization in New York, with established operations, territories, and reputation. The disadvantage was that they had lost their most important leader and much of their top leadership to federal prison, leaving the organization in the hands of younger, less experienced men who didn't command the same fear or respect. The Terranova brothers, Vincenzo, Ciro, and Nicola, were Morello's stepbrothers and had been central to his organization. Vincenzo was probably the most capable from a leadership perspective, intelligent enough to understand both criminal operations and the political aspects of maintaining power. Ciro had his artichoke monopoly and control over produce distribution, which generated income and gave him a power base that was, in its own mundane way, quite solid. Nicola was younger and less prominent, but loyal and useful for enforcement. Together they tried to maintain what Morello had built, but without Morello's personal authority and violent reputation, it was like trying to hold together an organization whose primary binding force had been quietly removed. The Corleonesi controlled territory primarily in East Harlem, which had been Morello's base, and maintained operations in Lower Manhattan, where Morello's legitimate businesses had been located. They continued his core operations: protection rackets, gambling, loan sharking, and particularly the produce distribution monopolies that Ciro specialized in. The artichoke racket. It sounds like something from a comedy sketch about incompetent criminals, but it generated tens of thousands of dollars annually and demonstrated a genuinely sophisticated understanding of market control and monopoly power. The fact that you could make serious money by monopolizing vegetable distribution through violence and intimidation was both absurd and revealing about how criminal enterprise could find profit in entirely unexpected places. What the Corleonesi lacked after Morello's imprisonment was the aura of invincibility that Morello had cultivated through years of brutal violence and successful operations. Morello had been feared because everyone knew he would order you killed and your body stuffed into a barrel without hesitation or remorse. The Terranova brothers were dangerous, certainly, but they hadn't established themselves as personally terrifying in quite the same way. This made them vulnerable to challenges from other criminals who had been waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity. The Corleonesi network maintained connections to other criminals from Corleone and the surrounding areas of Sicily's interior. These connections provided loyalty and manpower. People who had worked with Morello trusted the Terranova brothers, at least initially, because of family connections and shared regional identity. But that loyalty was tested by the organization's weakness after Morello's removal, and by the simple fact that successful criminals are often tempted to become independent operators, rather than paying tribute to leaders who cannot enforce authority as effectively as their predecessors could. The third major group was the Castellamersi, named for Castellammare del Golfo, a coastal town in northwestern Sicily that produced a disproportionate number of criminals who immigrated to America. Castellammare del Golfo was a fishing and maritime town with a long tradition of smuggling and organized crime connected to its port activities. Criminals from Castellammare brought with them experience in smuggling, maritime operations, and the kind of tight-knit organizational structures that small-town origins facilitated. The Castellamersi network in New York formed around figures like Niccolo Schiro, who had arrived from Castellammare in the early 1900s and had been operating independent criminal enterprises in Brooklyn. The Castellamersi were perhaps the most insular of the three major groups, maintaining particularly strong connections to each other and to their town of origin. This insularity made them somewhat less visible than the Palermitani or Corleonesi, but also made them cohesive and difficult for outsiders to infiltrate or understand. Castellamersi operations were concentrated in Brooklyn, particularly in areas with significant populations from their region. They ran the usual criminal enterprises, but had particular strength in waterfront activities, which made sense given their town's maritime traditions. Smuggling, control of dock workers, theft from shipping operations. These became Castellamersi specialities, leveraging their cultural background and the connections they had maintained across the water. They also had strong ties to the fishing industry in New York, both legitimate and otherwise, creating networks that were useful for various criminal purposes. Schiro's leadership was based more on respect and mediation than on Morello-style dominance through violence. He was a relatively quiet figure who focused on maintaining peace within the Castellamersi community and ensuring their operations ran profitably, without attracting excessive attention from either authorities or rival criminals. This low-profile approach meant the Castellamersi were less prominent in newspaper coverage of Italian crime, but it also meant they could operate with considerably less interference. What's important to understand is that these three groups, Palermitani, Corleonesi, Castellamersi, weren't rigidly separate organizations with clear boundaries and formal structures. They were more like overlapping networks where regional and family connections determined primary loyalties, but individuals might have relationships across groups, and cooperation was possible when it was mutually beneficial. An Italian criminal might be primarily Palermitan in identity and organization, but have business relationships with Corleonesi or Castellamersi figures, particularly if family connections or profitable opportunities bridged the regional divisions. The period from roughly 1910 to 1920, between Morello's imprisonment and the start of Prohibition, saw these proto-families crystallizing into more defined organizations. This crystallization happened through a combination of cooperation and conflict. Groups would cooperate when it served their interests, jointly controlling territory, agreeing on divisions of certain criminal markets, mediating disputes to avoid costly violence. But they would also conflict when interests diverged, or when ambitious individuals tried to expand at others' expense. These conflicts weren't yet the spectacular wars that would come during Prohibition. They were smaller-scale disputes over territory, over insults real or perceived, over money, over the 1,000 petty grievances that arise when violent criminals interact without a strong central authority to enforce peace. Someone from one group would kill someone from another group, triggering retaliation, which might escalate into a series of murders before the group's leaders would negotiate peace, because continued violence was bad for business. It was something like international relations. except the nations were groups of a few dozen criminals from specific Sicilian towns, and diplomacy involved threats and occasionally finding bodies in alleys. The regional basis of these groups might seem arbitrary or even absurd to an outsider. Why should criminals organize based on which Sicilian town they were from, rather than on more practical considerations like capability or business interests? But this regional identity served several important functions. First, it provided a basis for trust in a context where trust was rare and betrayal could be fatal. You might not trust a random Italian criminal, but someone from your hometown, whose family you knew, who spoke your dialect and shared your cultural references. That person was less likely to betray you, or at least the social costs of betrayal were higher. Second, regional identity provided ready-made networks that facilitated criminal operations. Need to recruit someone reliable. Reach out to a Pisano from your town. Need to establish operations in a new neighborhood. See if there are people from your region living there who can provide entry and cover. Need to make connections back in Sicily for smuggling or recruitment. Use your hometown networks. Regional identity wasn't just social. It was practical infrastructure for criminal enterprise. Third, regional identity helped maintain omerta, the code of silence. When everyone in your criminal organization is from the same town or region, everyone knows everyone else's family. Everyone has relationships that transcend the immediate criminal activity. Betraying the organization means betraying not just criminal associates, but community, family, and cultural identity. This made informing on criminal activity even more culturally unacceptable than it already was. The formation of these regional-based groups also reflected broader patterns in Italian immigration and community organization. Italian immigrants generally didn't think of themselves primarily as Italian. They thought of themselves as Sicilian, Neapolitan, Calabrian, and even more specifically as being from particular towns or villages. Their social organizations, mutual aid societies, and community institutions organized around these regional identities. Criminal organizations were just following the same organizing principle, except with protection rackets instead of mutual aid societies. There is something quietly revealing about that parallel. The same human instinct toward community and mutual recognition, the same tendency to trust the familiar and regard the stranger with caution, running through both the most benign and the most dangerous institutions in the same neighborhood. By the mid-1910s, the three major groups, Palermitani under D'Aquila, Corleonesi under the Terranova brothers, and Castellamersi under Schiro, had established themselves as the dominant Italian criminal organizations in New York. This didn't mean they controlled all Italian crime. There were numerous independent operators, smaller groups, criminals who operated outside these major networks. But these three groups were the most significant, the most organized, and the most capable of large-scale criminal operations. The relationships between these groups were complex and constantly shifting. Sometimes they cooperated, forming alliances for specific operations, or agreeing to respect each other's territories. Sometimes they competed, leading to conflicts that ranged from business disputes to actual violence. The key factor determining the quality of these relationships was usually leadership personality and the calculation of mutual interest. If leaders got along personally and could see mutual benefits in cooperation, groups would cooperate. If leaders disliked each other or saw opportunities in conflict, tensions would rise. One interesting aspect of this period was how criminal organizations began developing more formal structures and rules of conduct, even without Morello's centralized authority. Groups established hierarchies with leaders, lieutenants, and soldiers. They developed procedures for resolving internal disputes, rules about what required leadership approval versus what members could do independently, and protocols for interactions with other groups. This formalization happened organically as organizations grew and leaders recognized that some structure was necessary for coordinating activities and preventing internal chaos. The economic basis of these criminal organizations during the 1910s remained fairly traditional. Protection rackets, gambling, loan sharking, some involvement in labor racketeering and extortion connected to unions and strikes, control of certain commodities and services in Italian neighborhoods. These weren't particularly sophisticated operations, and the profits, while substantial for the individuals involved, were modest compared to what Prohibition would later generate. A successful protection racket might generate a few $100s monthly. A profitable gambling operation might clear $1,000 weekly. Loan sharking was lucrative, but required constant collections and enforcement. None of these individually made criminals wealthy, but together they provided decent income and the foundation for organizational growth. And the produce monopolies that Ciro Terranova maintained remain perhaps the most genuinely strange criminal operations of the period. Controlling artichoke distribution sounds, as already noted, like something from a sketch about incompetent criminals. But it actually generated tens of thousands of dollars annually and demonstrated sophisticated understanding of market control and monopoly power. You could make serious money monopolizing vegetable distribution through violence and intimidation, which says something both absurd and revealing about how criminal enterprise finds profit in unexpected places. Geographic divisions also became more defined during this period. The Palermitani dominated Lower Manhattan and parts of the Bronx. The Corleonesi controlled East Harlem and had presence in Lower Manhattan. The Castellamersi were strongest in Brooklyn, particularly in waterfront areas and neighborhoods with significant populations from their region. These weren't hard boundaries. Criminal territories are fluid and contested. But they represented areas of primary influence where each group could operate with relative freedom and where they would defend their interests against encroachment. The Italian immigrant communities where these criminal organizations operated had complicated relationships with them. Many immigrants despised the criminals who exploited them through protection rackets and loan sharking. But those same criminals provided services. Loans when banks wouldn't provide them, dispute resolution when courts were inaccessible or hostile, jobs in criminal enterprises that paid better than legitimate work, protection from other criminals, and from the discrimination of the broader American society. This created a dysfunctional but functional relationship where criminals were simultaneously parasites and providers, exploiters and protectors. The broader American society during the 1910s was starting to pay more attention to Italian organized crime, though understanding remained limited and filtered through significant ethnic prejudice. Newspapers ran sensational stories about Black Hand activities and Italian criminals, usually portraying them as exotic foreign threats. Law enforcement occasionally cracked down on specific operations, but struggled with language barriers, community silence, and limited resources dedicated to crimes that primarily affected immigrant communities. The barrel murders and other spectacular violence attracted attention, but the mundane daily operation of criminal enterprises, the protection payments, the gambling, the loan collections, largely operated without interference. The outbreak of World War I in 1914 and American entry in 1917 created some disruption to Italian criminal operations. Many younger Italian immigrants, including some involved in criminal activities, were drafted or enlisted in the military. Immigration from Italy slowed dramatically during the war, reducing the flow of new potential recruits and victims. Economic changes associated with the war effort. Increased industrial production, labor shortages, inflation, affected both legitimate and criminal economies. But these disruptions were temporary, and criminal organizations adapted, continuing operations through the war years with somewhat reduced scale but maintaining organizational continuity. What didn't change during the 1910s was the fundamental structure of Italian organized crime as family and region-based networks engaged in traditional criminal enterprises. The groups that had crystallized after Morello's imprisonment, Palermitani, Corleonesi, Castellamersi, remained the dominant organizations, with leadership staying relatively stable. D'Aquila continued leading the Palermitani. The Terranova brothers maintained the Corleonesi organization. Schiro kept the Castellamersi unified. There were occasional internal disputes and challenges to leadership, but no dramatic upheavals that restructured the organizational landscape. By 1920, on the eve of Prohibition, New York's Italian criminal underworld had evolved from Morello's centralized boss of bosses structure into a multipolar system of regional-based criminal families. These families weren't yet the highly structured, formally organized crime families of later decades, but they were becoming more sophisticated and organized. They had established territories, developed internal hierarchies, created procedures for operations and dispute resolution, and maintained both competitive and cooperative relationships with each other. The stage was set for the next transformation, though nobody quite realized it yet. Prohibition would begin in January 1920 and would completely reshape the economics and organization of criminal enterprise. The relatively modest profits from protection rackets and gambling would be dwarfed by the enormous sums to be made from bootlegging alcohol. The organizational requirements of running large-scale illegal alcohol operations would drive further sophistication and formalization of criminal families. And the enormous profits at stake would create conflicts that would make the disputes of the 1910s look like minor disagreements. But before Prohibition transformed everything, there was this period of consolidation and crystallization. The vacuum created by Morello's imprisonment had been filled not by a single replacement boss, but by multiple regional-based organizations that had emerged from the fragmentation of his empire. These organizations, Palermitani, Corleonesi, Castellamersi, and various smaller groups, represented the next phase in the evolution of Italian organized crime in America. They had taken the foundations that Morello and earlier criminals had laid and built more sophisticated, durable organizations based on regional identity, family connections, and the practical realities of operating criminal enterprises in New York's Italian immigrant communities. Giuseppe Morello, sitting in federal prison, probably heard about these developments through letters and visits from family and associates. He had built an empire based on centralized authority and his personal dominance. That empire had fragmented into competing regional networks that no longer recognized a single boss of bosses. His organization, such as it remained, was run by his stepbrothers and was just one group among several rather than the dominant force he had created. Everything he had built had been transformed by his absence, restructured by other criminals who had filled the vacuum he had left. Whether this bothered him, or whether he viewed it as a natural evolution, isn't recorded. He still had years of prison time ahead of him, and by the time he would be released, Italian organized crime in America would have been transformed yet again by Prohibition. The world of artichoke monopolies and protection rackets would seem quite modest compared to the bootlegging empires and spectacular violence of the Prohibition era. The relatively small criminal enterprises of the 1910s would be overshadowed by the vast profits and sophisticated operations of the 1920s and 1930s. But for now, in the 1910s, New York's Italian criminal underworld was a city of villages transposed from Sicily, with criminals organizing around hometown loyalties and regional identities. Grown men building criminal empires based on which small Sicilian town they had emigrated from, maintaining feuds and alliances based on geography from thousands of miles away. It was absurd in some ways. But it was also practical and effective, and it provided the organizational foundation that would eventually evolve into what we recognize as the American Mafia. Sometimes the most functional structures are the ones that seem most arbitrary from the outside. particularly when you are building criminal organizations in immigrant communities where trust is rare and betrayal can be fatal. The Palermitani, the Corleonesi, the Castellamersi, they were the organizational structures that emerged organically when centralized authority disappeared, and criminals had to find new ways to coordinate activities, resolve disputes, and maintain operations. They would form the basis for the crime families that would dominate American organized crime for decades to come. Though nobody in 1915 quite realized they were building something that would last generations and become part of American cultural mythology. For now, they were just criminals from specific Sicilian towns, running protection rackets and monopolizing artichoke distribution, trying to make money and avoid prison while maintaining loyalties to people from their hometowns. It wasn't particularly romantic or dramatic. It was practical, often petty, occasionally violent organized crime rooted in immigrant communities and regional identities. But from these modest and often absurd foundations, something larger and more significant would eventually emerge, transformed by prohibition and generations of evolution into the structured crime families that would fascinate and terrify America for the rest of the 20th century. There was a particular quality to New York's underworld in the years after 1910. It was not the stillness of peace. It was the held breath before something breaks. The 1910s and early 1920s brought a series of conflicts to the city's Italian criminal world that ranged from private vendettas to something resembling open war between organized groups. Dozens of men would die. Territories would be contested, divided, and contested again. And the violence would reshape the landscape of organized crime in ways that would echo for generations. It was, in plain terms, not a comfortable time to be an Italian criminal in New York. Unless, of course, you had a particular fondness for the constant possibility of being shot, stabbed, or otherwise removed from the world in a hurry. The first major conflict of this period did not begin where you might expect. It was not between the Sicilian factions we have been tracing. It began with a collision between two entirely different criminal traditions, one Sicilian, one Neapolitan, each with its own deep roots, its own codes, and its own sense of being the only legitimate version of itself. To understand this, it helps to remember that Italy produced not one organized crime tradition, but several. Each grew from different soil, different cities, different histories of poverty and power. The Camorra came from Naples and the region of Campania, far to the north and west of Sicily, while the Sicilian Mafia had grown from rural power structures in places where government was distant and weak. The Camorra had developed in the dense, complicated urban world of Naples. It had more formal initiation rituals, more elaborate hierarchies, a different texture of organization, less rooted in the rhythms of land and harvest and more shaped by the city's layered criminal economies. Camorristi, as members of the Camorra were known, had their own codes of conduct and their own ways of doing business. And by the time of the 1910s, they had their own presence in New York, carried over through decades of Neapolitan immigration, running alongside but separate from the Sicilian networks we have already met. The relationship between these two criminal worlds in New York was complicated in the way that relationships between people who need each other and distrust each other always are. Sometimes they cooperated. Sometimes they competed. Often they simply watched each other with the kind of wariness that comes from old regional rivalries that had been simmering since long before either group set foot on American soil. Sicilians viewed Neapolitans as different, too urban, too sophisticated in ways that somehow translated as untrustworthy. Neapolitans viewed Sicilians as backward rural criminals playing at organization. To an outsider, the distinction might seem absurd. They were, after all, Italian criminals. What did it matter which part of the peninsula they came from? But in immigrant communities, cultural identity was not a small thing. It was often the thing. and in criminal organizations where trust was not a courtesy but a survival requirement, these distinctions mattered with a weight that is hard to overstate. The specific trigger for the conflict between the Sicilians and the Camorristi appears to have been territorial. Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn were places where both groups had operations and where the same criminal markets were being competed over. The details are murky, as they tend to be when the people involved were not taking minutes at their planning meetings. But the general shape is clear enough. Camorristi were expanding into areas that Sicilian groups, particularly the Palermitani and Corleonesi factions, regarded as their territory. Friction followed. Friction became violence. Violence triggered retaliation. Retaliation spiraled into something that can only fairly be called a war. The conflict began around 1913. At first it looked like isolated incidents. A Camorra member found dead in an alley. A Sicilian enforcer shot outside a cafe. These might have been unconnected, just the ordinary mortality of criminal life. But when patterns emerged, when Camorristi were dying in Sicilian neighborhoods and Sicilians were dying in Neapolitan ones, it became clear that this was organized violence, not random. You are walking through Lower Manhattan in the autumn of 1913. The air carries the smell of bread from a bakery somewhere nearby, and beneath it, something sharper, coal smoke and damp stone. Two men are standing outside a cafe. One of them glances at you. The other does not look at anything at all because he is already beyond looking. A crowd is forming. You understand without being told that you should not stay. The newspapers, always hungry for Italian crime stories, began covering what they called the Italian Gang War. Their accounts were detailed, if not always accurate, and they fed a public appetite for sensation that did not particularly distinguish between fact and embellishment. One of the more prominent Camorra figures operating in New York during this period was a man named Alessandro Valero. He worked across Brooklyn and Manhattan with a network of Neapolitan associates. Valero represented a particular kind of criminal sophistication. He ran gambling operations. He had connections to labor unions and to corrupt politicians. He operated with a polish that differed noticeably from the Sicilian emphasis on rural loyalty structures and traditional codes of honor. This made him effective. It also made him a target, because Sicilian groups viewed his expansion as a direct threat to their operations and their sense of how things ought to be ordered. The conflict escalated steadily through 1914 and 1915. Murders occurred regularly enough that the police established special units to investigate Italian organized crime. These units were not especially effective. The code of silence held absolutely. Witnesses who had been standing meters away from a killing would develop complete amnesia when questioned. The Italian community remained deeply distrustful of police, regardless of whether they were the victims or perpetrators of any given crime. But the violence was frequent and visible enough that authorities felt the need to appear to be doing something, even if that something amounted largely to writing reports about crimes they could not solve. The body count from the Sicilian Camorra conflict is difficult to establish with precision. Not every murder could be definitively connected to the gang war, rather than to some other criminal dispute happening simultaneously. But conservative estimates suggest somewhere between 20 and 40 men died during the height of the conflict, which ran roughly from 1913 to 1917. These were not random killings. They were targeted assassinations, carefully planned to eliminate key figures or to communicate messages about territory and organizational strength. The methods fell into recognizable patterns. Ambush shootings were common. Catch someone alone on a street at night, shoot them multiple times, disappear into the city. Cafe murders were another approach. Walk in where a target is eating or drinking, shoot them, leave before anyone recovers enough composure to pursue. Occasionally, there were more elaborate arrangements, luring a victim to a specific location, though these carried more risk because they required more planning and more people who might talk. What is striking, when you sit with it for a moment, is how public most of this violence was. These were not quiet disappearances where bodies were never found. These were murders on streets and in cafes, in front of witnesses. The men committing them either were not worried about observers, or, more likely, understood that in Italian immigrant communities the code of silence meant observers would not speak regardless of what they had seen. You could shoot someone in front of 20 people, and when the police arrived, those 20 people would have been looking elsewhere. Community-enforced silence made public violence not just possible, but tactically sensible. The Sicilian Camorra conflict wound down around 1917, not because either side achieved a decisive victory, but because both sides apparently concluded that continued killing was expensive, attracted unwanted attention, and was not actually resolving the territorial questions that had started the whole thing. A series of negotiations, mediated by various Italian community figures and older criminals from both traditions, produced an informal peace. The Camorra would control certain operations and certain neighborhoods. The Sicilian factions would control others. Both would try to avoid the kind of spectacular violence that brought police scrutiny and reduced profitability across the board. This negotiated peace mattered more than it might seem. It established a precedent that conflicts between different Italian criminal organizations could be resolved through discussion rather than annihilation. That a pragmatic division of territory and markets could allow everyone to earn without destroying each other in the process. This approach to conflict resolution would become increasingly important as these organizations grew larger and more sophisticated. But even as the Sicilian Camorra conflict quieted, a different kind of trouble was developing inside the Sicilian factions themselves, specifically within what remained of the Morello organization under the Terranova brothers' leadership. The difficulty with criminal organizations built on family loyalty and regional identity is that they carry within them the seeds of their own internal crises. When the central authority is strong, the organization holds. When it weakens, ambition fills the space. The specific conflict that would damage the Corleonesi faction involved the Terranova brothers and a family called La Monta. Vincenzo and Giuseppe La Monta had been reliable members of Morello's organization, running various rackets in East Harlem and Lower Manhattan, paying tribute, following orders, loyal in the way that loyalty looks when it is working. But with Morello in prison and the Terranova brothers struggling to project the authority their stepbrother had wielded through reputation and fear, the La Montas apparently decided they could do better on their own. The exact trigger for the split is not entirely clear. It may have been money. It may have been disagreements about leadership decisions, or personal conflicts between individuals, or simply ambitious men recognizing that the Terranova brothers were not as fearsome as Morello and seeing an opportunity. Whatever the reason, by 1915, the La Montas had effectively declared independence from the Corleonesi organization, running their own criminal enterprises without paying tribute or acknowledging Terranova authority. This created a problem that went beyond lost revenue. If the La Montas could break away without consequences, others might follow. The Terranova brothers' authority and the organization's cohesion depended on demonstrating that defiance had costs. The La Montas had to be brought back or eliminated, both as punishment and as a lesson. The resulting conflict played out over several years, roughly 1915 to 1918. It was not a war between large armies. Both sides probably had fewer than 24 active members, but it was intensely personal and brutal in ways that conflicts between strangers rarely are. These were people who had known each other, worked beside each other, possibly been friends, possibly been considered almost family. Now they were trying to kill each other over control of protection rackets and gambling operations in Italian neighborhoods on the east side of Manhattan. The first casualty was Giuseppe La Monta, the younger of the two brothers, shot outside a social club in East Harlem in late 1915. The shooting was professional, multiple gunmen, clear targeting, immediate disappearance into the neighborhood. The message was unmistakable, but it did not achieve its intended effect. Giuseppe Lamonta's death did not bring his brother Vincenzo back into line. It made reconciliation impossible, because now there was blood between them, and blood of that kind does not wash out with negotiations. Vincenzo Lamonta's response was to strike back, targeting lower-level members of the Terra Nova organization, men who were vulnerable, whose deaths would wound the organization without triggering the kind of overwhelming retaliation that a direct attack on leadership would have invited. Over the following months, several Terra Nova associates were killed, shot or stabbed or simply gone. None were major figures, but each death was a demonstration. Lamonta could reach them. The conflict was not one-sided. The pattern of attack and counterattack continued through 1916 and into 1917. There would be a murder, then weeks of suspended tension, then another murder. The intervals between the violence were in some ways worse than the violence itself, because in those intervals everyone on both sides was waiting. It is an exhausting way to live, and an expensive one. Sustained conflict disrupts business, creates constant security concerns, and makes it very difficult to focus on the enterprises that actually generate income. The conflict ended in 1918 with Vincenzo Lamonta's death. Accounts vary on exactly how he died. Some suggest a carefully planned ambush, others that he was lured to a meeting. The details matter less than the result. Lamonta was dead. His faction was leaderless. His surviving associates either fled, joined other organizations, or made peace with the Terra Nova brothers on terms that were not favorable to them. The Terra Nova brothers had won. Though winning had cost them dead associates, damaged authority, and years of conflict that had weakened rather than strengthened their position. The Terra Nova Lamonta conflict was instructive in three ways. First, it showed how vulnerable criminal organizations become when central authority weakens. Morello had commanded loyalty through fear and genuine respect. The Terra Nova brothers commanded neither as effectively, and that gap was enough to invite challenge. Second, it demonstrated how quickly disputes could escalate into sustained feuds that damaged both parties. And third, it illustrated that winning an internal conflict could be a Pyrrhic thing. The Terra Nova brothers had eliminated the Lamonta challenge, but emerged from it with fewer men, diminished authority, and competitors who had watched them struggle and noted where they were fragile. And then there was the most spectacular conflict of the period, one that involved neither the Camorra nor the internal tensions of the Corleonesi. It involved a single individual, a man whose nickname has been somewhat lost to history, but whose actual name was Salvatore Mauro. Mauro was an unusual figure in New York's Italian underworld. He was not from one of the major Sicilian towns that had produced organized criminal networks. He had no connection to the Camorra. He lacked the family ties that typically held Italian criminal organizations together. He was, in the fullest sense, an independent operator, a man who had built his own criminal enterprise through charisma, violence, and careful positioning. He operated primarily in Brooklyn. Gambling operations, loan sharking, and some early involvement in bootlegging activities even before Prohibition officially began. He had accumulated enough money and enough men to be a significant presence in Brooklyn's Italian criminal landscape. And he had done all of it without pledging loyalty to any of the major factions. He was not Palermitani, not Corleonesi, not Castellamers. He was the Mauro faction, which in an increasingly organized world was becoming not just unusual, but genuinely problematic. His nickname, Tequila, appears in the historical record without any fully satisfying explanation. Possibly it referenced drinking habits. Possibly it was a corruption of some other word. Possibly it was ironic, given that tequila is Mexican and Mauro was emphatically Italian. Whatever its origin, it stuck. By 1919, Salvatore Tequila Moro was significant enough a problem that the established factions concluded something needed to be done about him. His offense was not that he was exceptionally violent or predatory by the standards of the world he inhabited. By those standards, he was no worse than anyone else. His offense was independence. The Palermitani, Corleonesi, and Castellamers factions had established, through years of conflict and negotiation, that anyone running substantial criminal operations in New York needed to affiliate, pay tribute, or at minimum coordinate with the established powers. Independent operation at a minor level might be tolerated, but running significant enterprises without acknowledgement of factional authority was a challenge to the whole structure. Moro refused. He insisted on operating independently and on expanding without regard for established territorial agreements or factional expectations. This became particularly problematic around 1919 and 1920, as Prohibition approached and criminals of every stripe were positioning themselves for the extraordinary profits that illegal alcohol was about to generate. Bootlegging would require cooperation, coordination, and clarity about territories and distribution networks. An independent operator of Moro's scale would disrupt all of that. The major factions recognized that Moro needed to be brought into line or removed before Prohibition began, and his independence became an even larger problem. The decision to move against Moro involved coordination between multiple factions, which was notable in itself, because the Palermitani, Corleonesi, and Castellamers did not often act in concert. Moro represented a shared problem, and his elimination would benefit all three groups by removing a competitor and by reinforcing the principle that significant criminal operations required factional allegiance. It was, in its way, organized crime's version of trust-busting, except the monopoly being protected was organized crime itself, and the enforcement mechanism was murder rather than antitrust legislation. The campaign against Moro began in 1920. His associates were killed. His gambling operations were raided and destroyed. His businesses were burned or vandalized. This was systematic dismantling, not random violence, designed to isolate Moro and force him to submit or flee. Moro chose to fight. Whether that was courage or a catastrophic failure of strategic thinking probably depends on how you look at it. What followed was essentially a 3-year war between Moro's relatively small independent organization and the combined forces of New York's major Italian criminal factions. He was outnumbered. He was outgunned. He was in a position with no strategic exit, and yet he proved remarkably difficult to finish. He launched retaliatory attacks against faction members. He targeted their businesses. He made himself enough of a problem that the major factions had to dedicate significant resources to eliminating a man they had assumed would collapse quickly. The violence of this conflict was frequent enough and visible enough that it finally forced New York authorities to treat Italian organized crime as a serious law enforcement problem rather than an exotic curiosity confined to immigrant neighborhoods. Special investigative units were formed. Resources were dedicated to prosecuting Italian criminals, and the New York Police Department established what became known as the Italian Squad, specifically to investigate these organizations. The Italian Squad was led by a detective named Michael Fiaschetti, who spoke Italian and understood the culture from inside rather than from a distance. Rather than relying solely on external investigation, Fiaschetti recruited Italian-American officers, developed informants within Italian communities, and used cultural knowledge to investigate crimes that had previously been essentially impossible to prosecute. The Italian Squad would not eliminate organized crime. Nothing so tidy was ever on offer, but they made it more difficult for criminals to operate with complete impunity, and they began successfully prosecuting some cases that earlier efforts had failed to touch. The Moro conflict reached its end in 1923 when Salvatore Moro was killed in an ambush that involved gunmen from multiple factions. The shared responsibility was deliberate. It meant no single group would bear the full weight of blame or risk of retaliation. Moro's death ended his organization. Without his leadership and his particular quality of determined resilience, his remaining associates either fled, joined other groups, or were eliminated in subsequent operations. The major factions divided his territories and absorbed what was useful. The problem of the independent operator had been solved, at least for the moment, and at a considerable cost in lives. The decade of violence that ran from 1913 to 1923 left the landscape of Italian organized crime in New York fundamentally changed in 4 distinct ways. First, it established that conflicts between different Italian criminal organizations could be resolved through negotiation and coordinated action, as the Sicilian Camorra peace and the combined campaign against Moro had demonstrated. This created the foundations for the kind of interfactional cooperation that would become essential as organizations grew larger. Second, the violence had removed many figures from the original generation of organized crime leadership. The men still standing in 1923 were those who had been smart enough, connected enough, or fortunate enough to survive a decade of targeted killing. This had the effect, brutal as it sounds, of concentrating leadership in the hands of survivors who understood territorial disputes, the costs of prolonged conflict, and the value of strategic thinking. The violence had been a kind of terrible education. Third, the conflicts had drawn enough attention from authorities that Italian organized crime could no longer operate in the relative quiet it had once enjoyed. The Italian Squad and similar initiatives meant that criminals had to be more careful, more sophisticated, and more aware that spectacular public violence would generate investigations and prosecutions. This pushed criminal organizations toward more professional, business-oriented methods, and away from the kind of open killing that had characterized the years between 1913 and 1923. Fourth, power had consolidated. Independent operators like Moro had been eliminated or absorbed. Smaller groups had been destroyed or folded into larger ones. By 1923, New York's Italian organized crime was dominated by 3 major factions: the Palermitani, the Corleonesi, and the Castellamers. Each had established territories, internal structures, and functioning operations. This consolidation would matter enormously when Prohibition arrived and created opportunities that required organizational capacity to exploit. The human cost of that decade was not abstract. Conservative estimates suggest somewhere between 60 and 80 men died across the various conflicts: the Sicilian Camorra War, the Terranova Monte feud, the campaign against Moro, and the numerous smaller disputes and personal vendettas that ran alongside them. Each death was a family grieving. Each was a community that absorbed another shock and carried on, or tried to. The Italian immigrant communities where this violence occurred were profoundly shaped by it. Children grew up seeing bodies in streets and hearing about murders as part of the ordinary texture of neighborhood life. Families lived with the background awareness that their relatives might be involved in things that could get them killed. Businesses operated under the shadow of protection rackets and territorial disputes that could become violent without warning. It created an atmosphere in which criminal violence was normalized, folded into the definition of what life in these neighborhoods simply was. And the newspapers, always willing to print the sensational story, reinforced throughout this period the harmful idea that Italian immigrants as a category were criminal, dangerous, and alien. The vast majority of Italian immigrants were ordinary people, working people, people trying to build something in a country that was not always kind to newcomers. The gang war coverage obscured that almost entirely. The ethnic prejudice it fed would persist for generations and contribute to discrimination against Italian Americans in employment, housing, and social standing. By 1923, the worst of the violence had passed. The major factions were establishing more stable territorial arrangements. The informal, loosely connected criminal networks of the early 1900s had evolved into more structured organizations with clearer internal rules and more sophisticated methods of operation. The survivors of the decade of conflict had learned, at genuine cost, the value of discipline, the price of uncontrolled violence, and the benefits of cooperation over constant war. And somewhere in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, Giuseppe Morello was following these developments through letters and visits, scheduled for release in the coming years through good behavior and sentence reductions. He was returning to a world that had been fundamentally transformed in his absence. The centralized boss of bosses structure he had built had been replaced by multiple competing but increasingly cooperative factions. The relatively simple criminal operations of counterfeiting and protection rackets had been supplemented by bootlegging revenues that were generating profits on a different order of magnitude. The violence he had once used to establish dominance had become commonplace, with dozens dead and the survivors hardened by years of conflict. What he thought about, lying in his cell at night with these letters in his hand, that is not something the record tells us, but it is not hard to imagine the quality of that wondering. Most significantly, the stage was being set for the next major transformation of Italian organized crime, the consolidation and formalization that would eventually produce what we recognize as the American Mafia's five-family structure. The conflicts of 1913 to 1923 had eliminated many rivals, concentrated power in established factions, and demonstrated both the ruinous cost of uncontrolled violence and the practical benefits of cooperation. The younger leaders who had survived this period would take those lessons and build something more enduring, more sophisticated, and more dangerous than what had come before. But that transformation was still a few years away. For now, in 1923, New York's Italian criminals were counting their dead, dividing their territories, and positioning themselves for an era in which bootlegging would make the profits from protection rackets and artichoke monopolies look like pocket change. The wars of 1913 to 1923 were over. The real money was about to arrive, and the organizations that had survived the violence were ready, in their way, to receive it. The decade of blood had ended not with decisive victory for any faction, but with exhaustion, consolidation, and a hard-won recognition that cooperation was more profitable than constant killing. It was an ending that was really a beginning, a transition from the chaotic territorial disputes of the earlier years to the more organized, more business-like violence of criminal empires. The survivors had learned something that sounded simple and had cost a great deal to learn, that you could kill your rivals, or you could make money with them, and that making money was usually the better option. This pragmatic brutality would define the next era of American organized crime, as men who had learned their trade through a decade of killing applied those lessons to building organizations that would last for generations. And in January 1920, the United States government had already provided the conditions for exactly that. The 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution took effect on January 17, 1920, prohibiting the manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages throughout the country. This constitutional amendment, the culmination of decades of temperance movement activism, was intended to usher in a new era of American morality, sobriety, and social improvement. Instead, it would come to be recognized as one of the most spectacular policy failures in American history. And for organized crime, it was the single greatest economic opportunity it had ever encountered. If Italian criminals had sat down together to design the ideal business environment for their enterprises, they could not have done better than Prohibition. It was as though the government had asked itself, what could we criminalize that millions of Americans desperately want, that is relatively easy to produce or smuggle, and that generates profit margins that would make legitimate businesses weep with envy. The answer was alcohol. To understand why Prohibition transformed Italian organized crime so completely, it helps to grasp the economics. Before Prohibition, Italian criminal organizations generated income primarily through protection rackets, gambling, loan sharking, and various smaller operations. A successful protection racket might bring in a few $100s a month. A profitable gambling operation might clear $1,000 a week. These were real incomes. They were not making anyone wealthy by the standards that were coming. They required constant labor, collections, enforcement, managing operations across neighborhoods. The profit margins were decent. The scale was limited by how many businesses you could extort and how many gamblers you could attract. Bootlegging was something else entirely. The survivors of a decade of violence were about to find out exactly how much else. You're standing in the dark outside a speakeasy sometime in 1925. The door is unmarked. There is a smell of cigarette smoke and something sharp underneath it, something fermented and warm. Someone whispers a word through a slot in the wood, and the door opens, and inside there is noise and light and the quiet understanding that everyone here is breaking the law. Nobody seems to mind. The thing that made all of this possible was a single decision, written into the United States Constitution in 1919, that changed the economics of American crime more completely than anything that had come before it. Prohibition. And here is the strange arithmetic of it. A case of whiskey that cost $5 to produce or smuggle could be sold for $50 or $60 at retail, even after paying off everyone along the way. Producers, transporters, corrupt officials, the whole long chain of hands that touched the product before it reached a customer's glass. The profits were still extraordinary. A successful bootlegging operation could generate more money in a single month than an entire protection racket generated in an entire year. The scale of American thirst was the other part of the equation. Despite a constitutional amendment forbidding it, Americans continued drinking at rates that, depending on the region and the demographic, ranged from somewhat reduced to essentially unchanged. Estimates suggest that Americans consumed somewhere between half and three-quarters as much alcohol during Prohibition as they had before it, which still represents hundreds of millions of gallons every year. Every single one of those drinks was an illegal transaction. Every single one generated profit for someone willing to supply it. It was the largest black market in American history until the modern drug trade. And in the 1920s, organized crime had essentially no competition in running it. For Italian criminal organizations that had spent the previous decade killing each other over protection rackets and artichoke monopolies, this was something new, something much larger than anything they had encountered before. But exploiting it required capabilities that traditional Italian criminal operations didn't necessarily possess. Bootlegging at scale required infrastructure. It required smuggling operations to bring alcohol in from Canada, where it remained legal, or from the Caribbean. It required production facilities for domestic manufacture. It required distribution networks, retail operations through speakeasies and corrupt establishments, and protection from law enforcement through bribery and intimidation. It required capital and connections to legitimate businesses that could provide cover and coordination between multiple groups to avoid the kind of destructive competition that would harm everyone. This need for scale and coordination drove two significant developments in Italian organized crime during the 1920s. The first was the acceleration of consolidation. Italian criminal organizations became more structured, more hierarchical, more formally organized, with clearer leadership and clearer internal rules than they had maintained before. The second development was less obvious, and in some ways more consequential. Prohibition created genuine incentives for cooperation between Italian criminals and other ethnic criminal organizations. particularly Jewish criminals, who controlled their own bootlegging operations and brought different capabilities and connections that complemented Italian strengths. For decades, Italian and Jewish criminals had operated in parallel in New York, sometimes cooperating on specific operations, but generally maintaining separate organizations built on ethnicity, culture, and language. Both groups had faced similar discrimination and marginalization in American society. Both had developed criminal enterprises inside immigrant communities, but they had remained largely separate, with occasional interactions and not much deeper integration than that. Prohibition changed the calculation. The opportunities were simply too large for any single ethnic group to monopolize, and Italian and Jewish criminals turned out to have complementary strengths. Italian criminals, particularly those with Sicilian connections, brought experience with smuggling, strong organizations built on family loyalty, willingness to use violence for enforcement, and established control of certain territories and ports. Jewish criminals brought something different: connections to legitimate businesses that could launder money and provide cover, relationships with corrupt politicians and police that sometimes crossed ethnic lines, financial sophistication for managing large-scale operations, control of their own territories and distribution networks. The practical result was a series of partnerships and alliances where Italian and Jewish criminals cooperated on bootlegging while maintaining separate organizational identities. An Italian organization might smuggle alcohol from Canada using their ships and their docks, then sell it to Jewish distributors who moved it through their own networks to speakeasies and retail operations. Jewish criminals might arrange financing and legitimate business fronts for operations that Italian criminals provided security and transportation for. These were not formal mergers. Italian families remained Italian families. Jewish organizations remained distinct, but they were functional partnerships and they worked. The figure who emerged during this period to embody both the evolution of Italian criminal organization and the new cross-ethnic cooperation was Giuseppe Morello, known in the streets as Joe the Boss. Morello had been a relatively minor figure in Italian organized crime before Prohibition. He ran gambling and protection rackets in Lower Manhattan, but he recognized the opportunity that bootlegging presented, and he positioned himself to exploit it through a combination of ambition, violence, and strategic alliance-making. By the early 1920s, he had become one of the most powerful Italian crime bosses in New York, controlling substantial bootlegging operations and commanding wide loyalty among Italian criminals. What distinguished Morello from earlier bosses like Morello was his willingness to work with non-Italian criminals when it served his interests. His organization conducted extensive business with Jewish criminals, particularly figures like Arnold Rothstein, the era's preeminent criminal financier, and Meyer Lansky, who was becoming one of the most significant organized crime figures of the entire 20th century. These were not casual relationships. They were substantial business partnerships involving shared investments in bootlegging operations, joint control of speakeasies and distribution networks, and a degree of coordinated activity that required genuine trust between groups that had historically been suspicious of each other. Morello's approach represented a new model. It prioritized profits over ethnic purity. If working with Jewish criminals made operations more profitable, Morello worked with Jewish criminals. If partnering with Irish criminals provided access to docks or corrupt police officers, he partnered with Irish criminals. This pragmatism was controversial among more traditional Italian criminals who believed organized crime should remain ethnically homogeneous. But it was undeniably effective at generating the kind of wealth that Prohibition made possible. Meyer Lansky deserves more than a passing mention here. He was a Jewish immigrant from what is now Belarus, who had grown up on New York's Lower East Side and entered criminal activity through the same doorway as Italian immigrants: poverty, marginalization, The recognition that crime offered opportunities that legitimate society did not. Lansky was brilliant with numbers and with finance. He understood how to structure operations, how to launder money, how to manage the business dimensions of criminal enterprise in ways that complemented the Italian emphasis on violence, loyalty, and territorial control. His partnership with a rising figure named Charles Luciano, born Salvatore Lucania in Sicily, immigrated as a child, entered organized crime in his teens, would become one of the most significant relationships in organized crime history. Luciano was working for Mafia by the 1920s, while also maintaining independent relationships with Jewish criminals like Lansky. The Luciano and Lansky partnership exemplified what Prohibition had made possible. Luciano provided muscle, connections to Italian criminal networks, and willingness to use violence when necessary. Lansky provided financial sophistication, connections to legitimate business, and strategic thinking about how to scale operations into something genuinely large. What made these cross-ethnic partnerships work was that they allowed both sides to maintain autonomy while cooperating on specific operations. Mafia's organization remained structured around Sicilian regional identities and family connections, with an internal hierarchy and internal rules that reflected Italian criminal traditions. Lansky's operations remained grounded in Jewish immigrant networks and cultural connections. They worked together on bootlegging. They did not merge. The ethnic basis of each organization was preserved, which mattered for maintaining the internal loyalty and cultural cohesion that both sides depended on. But they cooperated where cooperation was profitable, and that cooperation was extensive. The practical infrastructure of bootlegging in the 1920s was more sophisticated than it might appear from a distance. Alcohol would be smuggled into the United States from Canada, where it remained legal, or from the Caribbean. Cuba and the Bahamas became major transshipment points. Ships would bring alcohol to locations just outside American territorial waters, a zone that came to be known as Rum Row, where smaller boats controlled by criminal organizations would meet them, transfer the cargo, and smuggle it to shore. Think for a moment about what that actually required. Boats and crews who knew coastal waters, navigation skills, knowledge of enforcement patterns, lookouts watching for Coast Guard patrols, which had been dramatically expanded to enforce Prohibition, but were hopelessly outmatched by the sheer volume of smuggling. Docks and warehouses to receive and store what came in. Trucks and drivers to move it from there to distribution centers and retail operations. The logistics required coordination between dozens or sometimes hundreds of people, any one of whom might be caught or might betray the operation. That it worked as consistently as it did is, in its own quiet way, a kind of organizational achievement. Domestic production of alcohol offered an alternative to smuggling. Illegal distilleries and breweries operated throughout the country, producing everything from alcohol essentially indistinguishable from legal pre-prohibition products to industrial-grade spirits that were barely safe for human consumption. Quality varied enormously. Some operations produced rot gut that tasted terrible and occasionally caused blindness or death from toxic impurities. Criminal organizations generally preferred higher quality products because they could charge premium prices and generate repeat customers. But the market for cheap alcohol was substantial enough that even low-quality operations turned profit. Speakeasies, illegal establishments serving alcohol, proliferated throughout American cities during Prohibition. New York alone probably had somewhere between 30,000 and 100,000 of them during the 1920s, depending on how you defined and counted establishments. They ranged from sophisticated clubs that resembled pre-Prohibition saloons to literal holes in walls where you knocked on a door, set a password, and received a drink in an unmarked cup. Criminal organizations controlled many speakeasies directly, or provided protection and supplied alcohol to independently operated establishments. The protection racket model that Italian criminals had been running for years, translated perfectly to this new landscape. Speakeasy operators needed alcohol, needed protection from police raids, and needed connections to corrupt officials who could warn them of enforcement actions or simply look the other way. Criminal organizations provided all of these services for substantial fees. A successful speakeasy might pay hundreds of dollars weekly in protection money, alcohol purchases, and various other arrangements. Given the number of speakeasies operating, the revenue from this sector alone was staggering. Corruption of law enforcement was not incidental to bootlegging. It was structural. The Volstead Act, which provided the enforcement mechanisms for prohibition, created a massive new federal bureaucracy of prohibition agents, expanded Coast Guard operations, and tasked local police with enforcing alcohol laws. Most of these officials were underpaid, overworked, and faced constant temptation from criminals offering bribes that exceeded their annual salaries. Many accepted. Criminal organizations developed extensive networks of corrupt officials. Prohibition agents who would tip them off about planned raids, police officers who would ignore violations, judges who would dismiss cases, politicians who would protect operations. Some estimates suggest that the majority of prohibition agents engaged in some form of corruption during their tenure. Whether that figure is precisely accurate or not, the scale of the corruption was genuinely staggering. The financial scale of bootlegging during the 1920s is difficult to establish with precision because criminal organizations do not publish annual reports. But conservative estimates suggest that major operations were generating millions of dollars each year in gross revenue. After production or smuggling costs, distribution expenses, payoffs to officials, enforcement costs, and various overhead, the profits were still enormous. Maseria's organization at its peak was probably generating somewhere between $1 and $3 million in annual profit. In 1920s money, that represented extraordinary wealth. Other major operations, the remnants of the Corleone Group under the Terranova brothers, the Castellamers under evolving leadership, emerging operations led by younger figures like Luciano, were generating similar or somewhat lower amounts. Combined, Italian organized crime in New York was probably taking in tens of millions of dollars each year from bootlegging alone, not counting gambling and protection rackets that continued alongside the alcohol trade. I think about that figure sometimes. Tens of millions of dollars annually, flowing through organizations that had begun, not so many years earlier, running extortion schemes in immigrant neighborhoods for a few dollars at a time. The distance between those two things is remarkable. This wealth transformed organized crime from a way to make a living into a route to genuine riches. Successful criminals could afford to live well, to accumulate capital that could be invested in legitimate businesses or further criminal operations. And the money created a kind of power that came from sheer scale. With millions of dollars at their disposal, crime bosses could bribe higher-level officials, hire better lawyers, and operate with a degree of impunity that earlier criminals could never have achieved. But the wealth also created problems. The enormous profits at stake made conflicts between criminal organizations potentially catastrophic in their violence. The wars of 1913 to 1923 had been fought over relatively modest stakes: protection rackets, gambling territories, personal vendettas. Bootlegging conflicts involved stakes that were orders of magnitude larger, and that created incentives for violence that could easily spiral out of control. If a rival controls operations worth hundreds of thousands of dollars annually, the motivation to eliminate that rival and absorb their operations becomes very powerful, even if the violence draws attention from authorities. The need to prevent destructive conflicts over bootlegging territories and operations drove criminal organizations toward more formalized agreements about divisions of territory and markets. These were not legal contracts. They were informal understandings, negotiated between crime bosses and enforced through a combination of mutual interest, and the threat of violence if the agreements were violated. Mafia might control operations in certain neighborhoods. The Corleonesi would control others. The Castellamers would have their territories, and everyone would generally respect these divisions because attempting to seize a rival's territory would trigger conflicts that harmed everyone's profitability. These territorial agreements required mechanisms for resolving disputes when they inevitably arose. Two criminals might disagree about boundary lines. A speakeasy might switch suppliers without permission. Someone might violate agreements through ambition or through accident. Earlier in the history of Italian organized crime, disputes of this kind would have been resolved through violence or by appealing to a boss of bosses like Morello. During the 1920s, a more formal mediation process began to emerge, where disputes would be brought before councils of crime bosses who would hear both sides and render judgments. These were not courts in any legal sense, but they served a similar function: dispute resolution through structured process rather than immediate violence. The autonomy of individual crime families was carefully preserved within this emerging system of cooperation. Mafia's organization remained distinct, with its own leadership hierarchy, internal rules, and operations. The Corleonesi under the Terranova brothers maintained their separate identity. The Castellamers remained cohesive as their own group. The emerging operations of newer figures like Luciano were building their own organizational structures. These were not divisions of a larger criminal corporation. They were separate enterprises that cooperated when it was mutually beneficial and competed when interests diverged, all while trying to avoid the kind of catastrophic conflicts that would harm everyone. This flexibility, maintaining strong internal identity and loyalty while being pragmatically cooperative with other organizations on specific operations, would prove to be one of organized crime's most durable organizational innovations. Giuseppe Morello's release from federal prison in 1920, after serving 11 years of his 25-year sentence, brought a particular and interesting figure back into the picture. Morello returned to a world that had been completely transformed during his imprisonment. The modest operations he had run in the early 1900s, counterfeiting, protection rackets, artichoke monopolies, now seemed almost quaint compared to the bootlegging empires generating millions of dollars that had grown up in his absence. The organizational structures he had built had fragmented and evolved. Younger criminals who had been foot soldiers when he went to prison were now bosses of their own operations. And most significantly, Mafia had emerged as the dominant Italian crime boss in New York, occupying the position that Morello himself had once held. Morello's reintegration into organized crime was cautious. He was in his 50s. He had been out of the game for more than a decade. He affiliated with Mafia's organization, taking a subordinate but respected role that acknowledged both his past status and his current limited capability. This must have been a genuinely humbling transition for a man who had once been the boss of bosses. But Morello was pragmatic enough to recognize that challenging Mafia directly would have been suicidal, and that working within the existing power structure was the only viable path back to any kind of relevance. The mid-1920s saw continued consolidation of bootlegging operations as criminal organizations became more sophisticated and efficient. The chaos of Prohibition's early years, when numerous small operators had jumped into bootlegging with varying degrees of organization and success, gave way to more ordered control by major criminal organizations. Smaller operators were either absorbed into larger ones, forced out through economic pressure or violence, or driven into increasingly marginal operations. By the late 1920s, Italian organized crime in New York was dominated by a few major operations, with Mafia's organization the largest, and several other significant groups controlling their own territories while maintaining various degrees of cooperation with him. The relationship between Italian and Jewish criminals remained strong and mutually beneficial throughout the decade. Lansky and Luciano's partnership grew stronger as both men gained power within their respective communities. The cooperation worked because both sides gained more from it than they could have achieved independently, and because the profits from bootlegging were sufficient that both groups could prosper without needing to dominate everything. But this relatively stable and profitable period was building toward a crisis. The problem was that stability and prosperity had created complacency among older crime bosses like Mafia, while younger criminals like Luciano were recognizing that the organizational structures and leadership of Italian organized crime were limiting potential growth and profit. Mafia's generation had built substantial operations, but they were still thinking in terms of territorial control and traditional Italian criminal structures. Luciano's generation was thinking about crime as business, recognizing that modern organizational principles could be applied to criminal enterprise, and understanding that ethnic barriers were obstacles to maximum profitability rather than assets to be defended. The tension between old guard bosses like Mafia and younger criminals like Luciano would eventually explode into the Castellammer's War, which would begin in 1930 and reshape Italian organized crime into the five-family structure that would endure for decades. But that conflict was still building during the late 1920s as Prohibition continued generating enormous profits. Cross-ethnic alliances continued to strengthen, and younger criminals gained experience and ambition that would eventually motivate them to challenge the established order. For the moment, in the mid to late 1920s, Italian organized crime was experiencing what might reasonably be called its golden age. Bootlegging operations were running with something approaching efficiency. Corruption of officials was systematic. Conflicts between organizations were being managed through negotiation and mediation rather than constant violence. The money was flowing in at rates that earlier generations of Italian criminals could not have imagined. The Coast Guard was intercepting perhaps 10% of smuggling operations, leaving the remaining 90% to succeed. American thirst for alcohol appeared, for all practical purposes, unquenchable. The irony of what Prohibition had produced is almost painful to contemplate at this distance. The temperance movement had pushed for a constitutional amendment banning alcohol because they believed alcohol was the root of serious social problems: crime, poverty, domestic violence, moral decay. Their solution was to eliminate alcohol, expecting this would usher in a period of genuine American improvement. Instead, Prohibition created the largest criminal enterprise in American history, generated billions of dollars in illegal profits, corrupted law enforcement at every level, and transformed organized crime from scattered criminal gangs into sophisticated criminal organizations with national reach. If you had wanted to design a policy that would strengthen organized crime, you could scarcely have done better. It was a masterclass in unintended consequences, and organized crime was the primary beneficiary. The cross-ethnic cooperation that Prohibition fostered would prove remarkably durable, lasting well beyond Prohibition's repeal in 1933 and shaping organized crime for generations afterward. The Jewish-Italian partnerships formed during the 1920s would evolve into what became known as the National Crime Syndicate of the 1930s and 1940s. A loose confederation of criminal organizations across ethnic lines that coordinated activities and mediated disputes on a national scale. The principle that profitability mattered more than ethnic purity, that business relationships could cross cultural boundaries, that cooperation could be more profitable than competition. These lessons learned during Prohibition would influence organized crime's evolution for decades to come. By 1929, as the decade of Prohibition drew toward its end, and the Great Depression began reshaping American economy and society, Italian organized crime had been fundamentally transformed. The modest protection rackets and artichoke monopolies of the 1910s had become multi-million-dollar bootlegging empires. The loose networks of criminals organized around Sicilian regional identities had formalized into structured crime families with clear hierarchies and internal organization. The ethnic insularity that had characterized earlier Italian crime had given way to pragmatic cooperation with Jewish and other ethnic criminal organizations. The violence that had plagued the 1910s and early 1920s had been channeled, at least partially, into more structured conflict resolution mechanisms that preserved profitability while still allowing for enforcement through violence when necessary. The wealth that Prohibition generated had changed not just criminal organizations, but the criminals themselves. Crime bosses who had grown up in poverty in Italian immigrant neighborhoods now lived in comfortable homes, wore expensive clothes, and accumulated the trappings of success that prosperity in any field provides. They had achieved something that looked, from a certain angle, like the American dream, just through entirely illegal means and while leaving substantial body counts along the way. They had proven that immigrants could build successful enterprises in America, that organizational skill and ruthless determination could overcome discrimination and marginalization. These were, in their own way, stories of accomplishment, except for the minor detail that the success was built on crime, violence, and exploitation. The stage was set for the next major transformation. The Castellammer's War and the formation of the Commission would come. But before that conflict would reshape everything once more, there was this interval of Golden Age Prohibition wealth. When bootlegging operations were humming, cooperation was generally working, and Italian organized crime had evolved from scattered criminals running protection rackets into sophisticated organizations operating multi-million-dollar enterprises. It was, in many respects, the culmination of decades of evolution. From the earliest Italian criminals of the 1860s, through Morello's empire and its fragmentation, through the wars of 1913 to 1923, to this point where Italian organized crime had become a major force in American society. And all of it, in the end, because the United States government had decided to ban alcohol, and in doing so had created conditions more favorable to criminal enterprise than anything organized crime could have planned or hoped for. It was the greatest gift that organized crime ever received, courtesy of well-intentioned reformers who thought banning alcohol would improve society. The road to criminal prosperity, it turned out, was paved with good intentions and constitutional amendments banning substances that millions of people still wanted. The golden age of Prohibition was nearing its end, though nobody quite realized it yet. The stock market would crash in October of 1929, beginning the Great Depression that would create new challenges and new opportunities for criminal enterprise. Political sentiment was turning against Prohibition, as Americans increasingly recognized that the noble experiment had failed in ways that were difficult to ignore. And within organized crime, tensions were building between old guard bosses like Mafia and ambitious younger criminals like Luciano, who had genuinely different visions for how organized crime should operate. The wealth and power that Prohibition had generated were about to become the stakes in a conflict that would reshape Italian organized crime one more time, creating a structure that would endure for generations. That conflict began in 1930, and it would be called the Castellammer's War. It would prove to be the most significant internal struggle in the history of Italian organized crime in America, not because of its body count, which was substantial but not unprecedented, but because of what it produced when it ended. The war would claim the lives of dozens of men, including several major crime bosses. But more importantly, it would completely restructure Italian organized crime in America, creating the commission system and the five-family structure that would define the institution for generations. It was organized crime's version of a constitutional convention, except that the founding fathers were murderers, and the constitution they created was enforced through violence rather than law. To understand the Castellamers War, it is necessary to understand the fundamental tension that created it. On one side stood bosses like Giuseppe Morello, Joe the Boss, who represented the traditional approach to Italian organized crime. Morello had built his power through violence, territorial control, and the old Sicilian traditions of honor and respect. He believed in the boss of bosses model, where one man held ultimate authority, where other criminals paid tribute and acknowledged his dominance. He was successful, wealthy, and powerful. But he was also increasingly seen by younger criminals as outdated, as greedy, as an obstacle to progress rather than a source of it. On the other side stood younger criminals like Charles Lucky Luciano, who held a different vision. Luciano and his generation had grown up in America. They spoke English fluently. They understood American business culture. They recognized that organized crime could be structured more like a modern corporation than a medieval fiefdom. They saw the ethnic barriers that older bosses maintained. Morello's reluctance to fully trust non-Sicilian Italians, let alone non-Italians, as obstacles to maximizing profits rather than traditions worth defending. They understood that cooperation was more profitable than constant competition, that systematic organization was more effective than personality-based authority, and that violence should function as a business tool rather than a reflexive response to every challenge. The specific trigger for the war was a conflict between Morello and Salvatore Maranzano. And that is where this part of the story rests, at the edge of the next thing, with the tension already drawn tight and the 1930s just beginning to arrive. You are standing in a restaurant in Coney Island. It is April 1931. The meal is finished. The plates have been cleared. Someone at the table excuses himself quietly to use the bathroom. The door swings shut behind him, and then the men come in. That is where we are tonight, at the end of something, and the beginning of something else entirely. The war that brought the city to this moment had been building for more than a year. Two men, two visions of how Italian criminal life in America should be organized, and neither of them willing to share the sky. Salvatore Maranzano led the Castellamer faction in Brooklyn, a group that had been operating with considerable independence from Giuseppe Morello's authority. The Castellamersi had built their own bootlegging operations, controlled their own territories, cooperated with Morello when it suited them but never acknowledged him as their ultimate superior. For Morello, who styled himself the boss of bosses, this was simply intolerable. The conflict between them began in early 1930. The exact details are, as tends to be the case with criminal organizations, murky. They do not document the lead-up to wars. What historians can piece together involves territorial disputes, disagreements over tribute payments, and what seems to have been genuine personal animosity between the two men. By spring of 1930, both sides were mobilizing, recruiting soldiers, stockpiling weapons, preparing for what everyone in their world recognized would be serious and bloody. Maranzano was an interesting contrast to Morello in almost every respect. He was educated by Sicilian standards and had apparently studied for the priesthood before entering criminal life. He styled himself as a Caesar-like figure, a commander who would unite Italian criminals under his authority the way a Roman general might unite a fractious army. He actually studied Roman military history and applied its principles to organizing his criminal forces, dividing his organization into units with military-style command structures. Whether that represents sophisticated organizational thinking or a kind of grandiose pretension probably depends on your temperament. But it was certainly different from the traditional Sicilian approach that Morello represented. The old world, meeting its own strange reflection. The war began in earnest during the summer of 1930, with a series of murders and assassination attempts across New York. The violence was not random. These were carefully planned operations, designed to eliminate specific individuals who mattered to the opposing side's functioning. Bodies began appearing throughout the city, and Italian neighborhoods once again experienced the climate of fear that had characterized the wars of previous decades. That low, constant tension that settles into the walls of a place and doesn't leave easily. One of the early and significant casualties was Giuseppe Morello. The former boss of bosses, who had returned from prison and aligned himself with Mafia, was shot and killed in August of 1930, alongside another Mafia associate. The hit was clearly carried out by Castellammer's gunmen. Morello's death was significant in two distinct ways. Practically, it removed an experienced and respected figure from Mafia's organization, a man who had built the first major Italian criminal network in New York and who understood how such things worked. Symbolically, it demonstrated that no one was protected by reputation alone, that even men who had constructed the foundations of Italian organized crime in America could be killed if they chose the wrong side in a conflict. The war continued through late 1930 and into 1931, with casualties mounting on both sides. Estimates place the dead somewhere between 40 and 60 men, though the exact number is difficult to establish, because not every murder could be definitively connected to the conflict, rather than to other criminal disputes running alongside it. What is clear is that the violence was sustained and significant enough to disrupt criminal operations, attract unwanted attention from law enforcement, and create pressure within both organizations to find some resolution. And here is where the story becomes something other than what it appears to be on the surface. While Mafia and Maranzano were fighting their war along the old lines of authority and respect, along concepts that had traveled across the Atlantic from Sicily, a younger generation of criminals was watching and planning something entirely different. Charles Luciano, and others who thought as he did, recognized that the war was bad for everyone's business. They recognized that both Mafia and Maranzano represented the same fundamental approach to organized crime, just with different men at the center of it. And they recognized that whoever one would ultimately become an obstacle to the kind of modern, business-oriented criminal organization they had in mind. So they began planning to remove both bosses and to build something new in the space left behind. Luciano's position during the war was complicated in ways that required considerable nerve to maintain. Nominally, he was part of Mafia's organization and participated in operations on Mafia's behalf. But he was also, quietly, communicating with Maranzano's people and with Jewish criminals like Mayor Lansky, who were watching the Italian conflict from the sidelines with a mixture of concern and calculation. Luciano was positioning himself to survive regardless of which boss won, while simultaneously planning for a scenario where neither would win, and he could step into whatever followed. The first resolution came on April 15, 1931, in a Coney Island restaurant called Nuova Villa Tamaro. Mafia had gone there for lunch with Luciano and several associates. After the meal was finished, Luciano excused himself to use the bathroom, a move that would become so fixed in the lore of organized crime that going to the bathroom would forever after be understood, in certain circles, as a signal that someone was about to die. While Luciano was absent, several gunmen entered the restaurant and shot Mafia multiple times, killing him. The gunmen fled. Luciano emerged from the bathroom to discover his boss dead on the floor. When police arrived, everyone present had, as was customary, no recollection of any of it. The murder of Mafia meant several things at once. It effectively ended the Castellammer's war by removing one of its two central figures. It demonstrated Luciano's particular kind of pragmatic ruthlessness, his willingness to betray his own boss when the strategic calculation pointed clearly in that direction. And it appeared, on the surface, to hand victory to Maranzano, who who quickly moved to consolidate power and establish himself as the new boss of bosses. The appearance was deceptive. Luciano and his allies were already planning Maranzano's removal. After Masseria's death, Maranzano called a meeting of Italian crime bosses, a large gathering in the Bronx that has since passed into history as the Grand Assembly of Organized Crime. He used this gathering to declare himself capo di tutti capi, the boss of all bosses. He outlined his vision for how Italian criminal life in America would be organized going forward. He announced the creation of formal crime families, each with defined territories and leadership structures. He established 5 families in New York, each named after its boss. Families that would later be known by names that endured: Luciano, Mangano, Gagliano, Prophesy, and Bonanno. Maranzano positioned himself as the ultimate authority over all of them, the supreme commander to whom everyone would report and pay tribute. The organizational structure itself actually represented real progress from the chaos that had preceded it. Formalizing families with clear boundaries and hierarchies created the kind of structure that could reduce conflicts and enable more systematic operations. The problem was Maranzano himself. He had just helped eliminate one dictatorial boss, and now he intended to become the same thing, only with himself at the center. He wanted to be the boss of all bosses, which made him precisely the kind of obstacle that Luciano had been working to remove. Maranzano's reign lasted approximately 5 months. During that time, he appears to have become increasingly paranoid about challenges to his authority. He had achieved power through violence and betrayal, which tends to create a certain awareness that others around you might do the same. He began compiling a list of potential threats, with Luciano at the top. He allegedly began planning the elimination of Luciano and other younger bosses who he worried might challenge him. Luciano heard about these plans and decided to move first. On September 10, 1931, approximately 5 months after Masseria's murder, Maranzano was killed in his own office by gunmen posing as tax investigators. The hit was allegedly carried out by Jewish criminals affiliated with Lansky. Using non-Italian gunmen was strategic because it meant the killers would not be recognized by Maranzano's guards, and because it provided a degree of plausible deniability for the Italian criminals who ordered it. Maranzano's death was swift, and it definitively ended any possibility of a boss of all bosses model being established over New York's Italian organized crime. A myth grew up around Maranzano's death in the years that followed. A story sometimes called the Night of the Sicilian Vespers, in which dozens of old-guard Italian crime bosses were supposedly killed simultaneously across the country in a single coordinated purge. It is a dramatic story. It also appears to be largely untrue. While some murders of Italian criminals did occur around this time, there was no coordinated nationwide purge. What actually happened was that Maranzano's death created a power vacuum, and Luciano and his allies had a plan for how to fill it. A plan that did not involve installing another dictatorial boss. The plan was the Commission. Its creation represents the most significant organizational innovation in the history of American organized crime. Rather than having one supreme boss who ruled over all Italian criminals, the Commission would be a council of crime family bosses who collectively made decisions about issues affecting all families. The shift, in structural terms, was from monarchy to oligarchy. Still not democracy, but a meaningful movement away from concentrated authoritarian power toward collective leadership. The Commission, as initially established, consisted of the bosses of New York's 5 families, plus representatives from major crime families in other cities. The exact initial membership is debated among historians, but it certainly included Luciano, who had taken control of what had been Masseria's family, Vincent Mangano, Tommy Gagliano, Joseph Prophesy, and Joseph Bonanno in New York, plus likely representatives from Chicago, Buffalo, and other major Italian criminal operations around the country. The commission was not designed to control every detail of every family's operations. Families maintained their autonomy, but the commission served several crucial functions that helped stabilize organized crime and maximize profitability for everyone involved. First, it served as a forum for resolving disputes between families. Rather than conflicts automatically escalating into violence, families could bring disagreements to the commission for mediation and judgment. The commission's decisions were backed by the collective force of all its members, which meant that refusing to accept a judgment meant facing not just one rival, but potentially every major crime family simultaneously. This made compliance considerably more likely and reduced the kind of destructive conflicts that had cost everyone so much. Second, the commission coordinated activities that required cooperation between families. Large-scale operations, particularly bootlegging in Prohibition's final years, and the labor racketeering and other enterprises that would follow, often required multiple families working together. The commission provided a mechanism for planning and coordinating these activities while still respecting each family's independence within its own territory. Third, the commission established rules of conduct that all families were expected to observe. These rules covered how to handle conflicts, protocols for interactions with law enforcement and politicians, restrictions on certain types of criminal activity that might attract excessive official attention, and guidelines for internal family organization. Violations could result in commission sanctions, including authorization for other families to take action against those who violated the rules. Fourth, the commission approved or vetoed major decisions, such as the assassination of bosses or maidmen belonging to other families. You could not simply kill a rival boss because you were angry or ambitious. You needed commission approval, or at minimum needed to ensure the commission would not sanction you for the killing. This single rule dramatically reduced the casual, impulsive violence that had characterized earlier decades, and created a form of accountability for major actions that had simply not existed before. The commission structure was, by any reasonable measure, remarkably sophisticated for a criminal organization. It was shaped by Luciano's and Lansky's understanding of corporate organizational structures, adapted to the specific needs and culture of Italian organized crime. It was not a perfect system. It would face challenges and occasional breakdowns over the decades that followed. But it provided enough structure and stability to enable organized crime to function at a level far beyond what any individual boss or family could achieve alone. The five-family structure in New York became the template that would endure for the rest of the 20th century and into the 21st. Each family had defined territories, leadership hierarchies with bosses, underbosses, consiglieri, capos, and soldiers. Each maintained its own operations while cooperating through the commission on matters of common interest. The families were these: the Luciano family, which Luciano himself led until his conviction in 1936, after which it would pass through a series of bosses and eventually become known as the Genovese family. It was the largest and most powerful of the five, growing from what had been Masseria's organization combined with elements of the old Morello family. The Mangano family, led by Vincent Mangano, which controlled waterfront operations and had its roots in the old Brooklyn criminal networks. This family would later become the Gambino family after a series of leadership changes. The Gagliano family, led by Tommy Gagliano, smaller but profitable, with strong connections to labor unions and legitimate businesses. This would become the Lucchese family. The Prophesy family, led by Joseph Prophesy, which controlled significant operations in Brooklyn and had maintained relative independence throughout the earlier conflicts. This family would eventually become the Colombo family. And the Bonanno family, led by Joseph Bonanno, growing directly from the Castellamers faction that had fought against Masseria. Bonanno was the youngest of the bosses and would prove to be among the most enduring, maintaining leadership of his family for decades. These 5 families would dominate New York organized crime for generations. The commission system provided enough stability that transitions of power within families could occur without triggering the catastrophic wars that had characterized the earlier period. A boss could be removed, could die, could be imprisoned, and the structure would absorb the transition without collapsing. The relationship between Italian and Jewish criminals was also formalized and strengthened after the commission's creation. Lansky remained Luciano's close associate and participated in commission decisions when they affected cross-ethnic operations. What would emerge in the 1930s as the National Crime Syndicate, a loose confederation of Italian and Jewish criminals coordinating activities nationally, grew directly from the relationships and organizational principles established around the commission. The commission had demonstrated that criminals from different families could cooperate through structured organization rather than through personal loyalty alone. That principle extended naturally to cooperation across ethnic lines as well. The timing of the commission's creation was significant for reasons that went beyond the immediate political situation within organized crime. It came near the end of Prohibition. The enormous profits from bootlegging were beginning to decline as political support for Prohibition collapsed, and repeal became increasingly inevitable. Organized crime would need to adapt to a world where its primary source of income was about to disappear. The commission provided the organizational structure to manage that transition, allowing families to pivot into other criminal enterprises: gambling, labor racketeering, loan sharking, drug trafficking, without the chaos and destructive conflict that might otherwise have accompanied such a fundamental economic shift. I think about that sometimes, how the structure built for one world quietly made itself indispensable to the next one, how the same architecture serves different purposes depending on who needs it and when. The commission also provided something more intangible, but equally valuable within organized crime circles: legitimacy. Being recognized as a commission member meant being accepted as a major power in American organized crime, a boss whose authority was acknowledged and whose family's operations were protected by commission rules. That status had real practical value, making recruitment easier, operations more stable, and interactions with corrupt officials and even legitimate business people more predictable. The formation of the commission marked the end of what might be called the formative era of American organized crime. From the first Italian criminals in the 1860s, through Morello's empire and its fragmentation, through the wars and chaos of the 1910s and early 1920s, through Prohibition's transformative wealth, to this moment in 1931. Italian organized crime had evolved from scattered criminal operators into a sophisticated, structured system. The commission represented the culmination of that evolution, the point where Italian organized crime achieved the organizational sophistication and stability that would characterize it for the rest of the 20th century. For the Italian immigrant communities where organized crime operated, the commission's creation meant both continuity and change. The continuity was that criminal organizations would remain present in their neighborhoods, running the same basic operations: gambling, loan sharking, labor racketeering, protection rackets. The change was that the level of violence would decrease, as the commission provided mechanisms for resolving conflicts without constant bloodshed. Italian neighborhoods would still live in proximity to organized crime, but they would not experience the kind of spectacular, destabilizing wars that had plagued earlier decades. The streets would be quieter, not safe, but quieter. For law enforcement, the commission presented both a challenge and a kind of opportunity. The challenge was that organized crime was now more sophisticated, better organized, and considerably more difficult to investigate and prosecute. The decentralized structure meant that taking down one boss or one family would not destroy the broader organization. The Commission's rules about minimizing unnecessary violence and avoiding actions that attracted excessive attention meant that organized crime operated more carefully and was harder to detect. But the very organization and structure that made organized crime more efficient also created vulnerabilities, paper trails, patterns of activity, hierarchies that could be mapped, rules that could be documented and eventually used as evidence. The commission that provided structure to organized crime would, in time, provide structure to the investigations against it as well. The commission would face genuine challenges over the decades. Internal disputes would occasionally strain the system. Ambitious bosses would sometimes challenge commission authority or violate its rules. Law enforcement pressure would intensify, particularly through the RICO Act and other laws specifically designed to target organized crime's structure rather than individual criminals. But the basic framework would endure, adapting to changing circumstances while maintaining the core principle of collective leadership among major crime families. Looking back across the distance from those first Italian criminals in the 1860s to the Commission of 1931, what becomes apparent is how much transformation occurred in just 60 years. The Italian immigrants who arrived in poverty in the 1860s could not have imagined that their grandchildren would be running sophisticated criminal enterprises coordinated through structured organizations with formal rules and collective governance. The early criminals running crude protection rackets could not have predicted the multi-million-dollar bootlegging empires of the 1920s. And Giuseppe Morello, who built the first major Italian criminal organization in New York, could not have anticipated that his death in 1930 would be part of a conflict that would transform organized crime into something far more sophisticated than anything he had created. The commission represented both the achievement and the tragedy of the Italian immigrant experience in America. The achievement was that Italians had built sophisticated, successful organizations that demonstrated genuine organizational skill, business acumen, and the ability to navigate complex American society. The tragedy was that these organizations were criminal, that the success was built on violence and exploitation, that the organizational brilliance was applied to illegal enterprises rather than legitimate ones. The commission was proof that Italian immigrants could succeed in America and could build lasting institutions. It was simply unfortunate that the institution they built was a criminal empire. The story of Italian organized crime from 1860 to 1931 is, at its deepest level, a story about immigrants adapting to America, about how marginalization and poverty created conditions where crime seemed like a viable path to success, about how organizational evolution can occur in any context, legitimate or criminal, when the pressures and incentives align. The Italian immigrants who built organized crime were not particularly different from Italian immigrants who built legitimate businesses. They were responding to similar conditions of poverty, discrimination, and limited opportunity. Some chose legitimate paths. Some chose criminal ones. Some ended up in the uncertain territory where legitimate and criminal enterprises overlapped, as they often do at the edges of an economy. From Michael Siamonte's crude protection rackets in the 1860s, through Giuseppe Morello's counterfeiting empire, through the wars and violence of the early 20th century, through Prohibition's transformative wealth, to the Commission's creation in 1931. 70 years of evolution that transformed scattered criminals into organized crime. It was rarely clean, often brutal. It left substantial body counts along the way, and it corrupted officials at every level of government. But it was also a demonstration of organizational innovation, of adaptation to changing circumstances, and of the creation of institutions that proved remarkably durable. The people who built this organization were mostly just trying to survive, trying to make money in a hostile environment, trying to achieve some measure of success in a society that offered them limited legitimate options. What they built, through violence and intelligence and ruthlessness and organizational skill, would shape American society for the rest of the 20th century and beyond. The commission they created in 1930, one would outlast most legitimate American institutions founded in the same era. The 5 families it established would remain dominant forces in New York organized crime into the 21st century. The principles it established, collective leadership, structured dispute resolution, coordination across families, would influence not just Italian organized crime, but criminal organizations more broadly. And it all traced back to those desperate Sicilian immigrants of the 1860s, fleeing poverty and violence in their homeland, arriving in America with very little beyond hope and the willingness to do whatever felt necessary to survive. Some of their descendants became legitimate business people, professionals, respectable members of American society. Others became criminals, built the most sophisticated criminal organization in American history, and left a legacy that would influence American crime and culture for generations. The path from Sicilian peasant villages to the Commission's boardroom was long and bloody and genuinely complex. But it was, in its strange and difficult way, a distinctly American story. The story of immigrants building something lasting in their new homeland, even if that something was a criminal empire. 1931 marks the end of the formative period and the beginning of the modern era. Everything before it was prologue. Everything after was variation on the theme established with the Commission's creation. The story doesn't end there, of course. The Commission and the 5 families would continue evolving, would face new challenges, would see new leaders rise and fall through the rest of the 20th century and into the 21st. But the basic structure, the thing that was built in the aftermath of 2 bosses' deaths and one long, exhausting war, that structure would define what followed. Somewhere in the background of American history, in the shadows between legitimate society and the underworld, Italian immigrants built something that would outlast most of the legitimate institutions of their era. They did it through crime and violence and exploitation. But they did it. And that, in the end, is the story. From Little Italy to the Commission boardroom, from barrel murders and counterfeiting rings to a formal council of crime families with rules and procedures and a mechanism for collective governance. 70 years, hundreds of lives, one city, and then a nation. Rest now. Let it settle, like the dust of a city that has finally, after a very long time, gone quiet. Sleep well tonight. Wherever you are, whatever you're carrying, the story will still be here in the morning. Sleep well.